Order this wonderful meeting with presentations for the Jack Hopkins Social Services Committee. We're so excited for all of you who took the time both to apply and to be here. And we want to make sure that everybody has the best chance possible to get these funds. I know that 5 minutes is like nothing time, but we obviously have read all of your applications and just wanted to give an opportunity for you to add anything. I think we've sent some questions to all of you, I think, so hopefully you know some of the things that we asked. And then, of course, the committee may ask some questions as follow-up during the time here. Feel free to leave after you've done your presentation, because we might be here for a while. But again, so grateful for your time. So with that, I think our council has some announcements.
Yes, thank you. First, for the folks in the room, there are copies of tonight's agenda over on the opposite desk. That's essentially just the order of presentations. We'll be going in alphabetical order this year, so if you need a copy, it's over there. For the folks joining us via Zoom, I have just shared a link to the agenda so that you also have access to that. For the folks presenting via Zoom, just know that you will be able to enable your own audio and video when it's your turn to present. If we could request that you leave those cameras and mics turned off until it's your turn, that will help us just keep the meeting going without any interruptions. So if you have any technical issues, please send a chat to the meeting host and we will sort those out as best we can. Thank you.
So with that, our first presenter is Alexandra's Army. And also, if you're here, if you could come to the podium, that would be tremendous. And I don't know who's online and who's here.
I think we have Alex joining us on Zoom. And I should have also noted, there will be a timer displayed that counts down the 5 minutes that we have given everyone. So you'll see that up on the screen, and hopefully be able to see that if you're on Zoom. And I see Alex is here.
Good evening, Chairman Astari and honorable committee members. Thank you for inviting me to speak this evening. My name is Alex, and I'm the president of Alexandra's Army, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to discuss the organization as well as the project for which we seek funding. A little bit about our group. Alexandra's Army is an all-kid-run nonprofit organization founded in 2020 in response to the growing need to combat local hunger. Alexandra's Army recruits and trains kids to perform neighborhood food drives in order to help end local food insecurity. Additionally, the organization provides leadership development opportunities to local youth. Our program recruits and trains children of Bloomington to conduct a food drive in their own neighborhood. Over the past 3 years, we have raised nearly 15,000 pounds of food, which we've donated to the Hoosier Hills Food Bank. Each year, we register about 100 participants to join our Army, who knock on a few thousand doors and are joined by dozens of community partners. While our direct impact on the city of Bloomington is difficult to pinpoint, we believe it to be thousands. Over the past several years, we've learned a lot, but also have found ways to improve our marketing, recruiting, and logistics. For this, we seek your assistance. We hope to grow over the coming years to raise more local residents in need and to provide a solid foundation to more youth about the importance of civic engagement. We need to become more self-sufficient with our technology, learning to update our website, shoot videos, and market online. We are looking to partner with a city-based women-owned company to provide us the training we require. Additionally, we are working towards the development of a mobile app to advance our operation. This will make it easier to add more participants each year and be the foundation we need to create more chapters of the organization in our surrounding communities. You asked that we address a few questions, and now I will do my best. There is no must-have per se in order for the project to proceed. Our request is in 2 parts: funding for technology training and the development of a mobile app, for which we are looking to use city grant dollars as matching funds. The number of city residents served is large, although slightly ambiguous. We have 100 kids each year, as well as several local businesses raising food, which is distributed to those in Bloomington as well as other local counties that are food insufficient. So we indirectly serve thousands that require food banks, hundreds of children, um, hundreds of children, most of which are city residents, and thousands of neighborhoods that are being provided the opportunity to get involved. Other than this, it is challenging to place a number on those directly served, although I'm sure that Hoosier Hills Food Bank will gladly share with you that we have become a top 3 food donor of theirs over the past few years, and we've become a necessary source of food collection. Additionally, your potential funding will be helping us grow so that we will be able to triple our local impact. The reason we wish to develop a mobile app is so that we can keep up with the times technologically and grow our operation. Registering our participants and assigning their routes will be so simplified through the use of this. Although also, this will be a better way to communicate with our participants, sponsors, and food donors. The estimate we received for the development of this app was from a local company. The total budget includes cost to design, a little to market, and a small contingency. We are more than the leaders of tomorrow. We are the leaders of today. Help us to continue to shine. Thank you for your time.
Do any of the committee members have questions? Thank you so much, Alex.
Hi, Alex. This is Eddie Ryu. Can you share who is helping you develop the app, please?
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you share who is your app developer?
Oh, Regina with Socially Up.
Thank you.
Any other
You're
questions? To my left, to my right. Just a really quick question, Alex. Great presentation. So the app development, does it also include maintenance afterwards, or is it just the initial development of the app?
I'm pretty sure it's just the initial development of the app. Yeah, it should just be the initial development, but I'm not 100% sure. I might have to check about that.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay. If not, again, congratulations. Great presentation. We'll call on all options next. I don't know if they are here or online. Thank you, Alex.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I'm with All Options. My name is Jessica Marchbank. I'm the State Programs Director here. I'd like to open with a few facts about diaper need and why everyone should care about it. First, diaper need forces families to cut back on other essential needs. Families report having to cut other costs to afford diapers, with most cutting back in multiple areas. The most common areas for cutbacks include food and utilities. Diaper need impacts daily life in myriad ways. Families with diaper need report more instances of unmet health needs, stress and anxiety, limitations on free time and social contact, and barriers to attending work and school. And last but not least, it results in parents missing work and losing wages. 1 in 4 parents and caregivers with diaper need report having to miss work or school because they didn't have enough diapers to take their child to child care. And they end up missing, on average, 5.1 work days in the past 30 days. This represents a loss of almost $300 per month for a parent earning the federal minimum wage of $7.25 per hour. Now imagine that by stopping at our center once per month, some of these basic barriers can be lifted from a few hundred local families. Instead of having to choose between buying diapers for their little ones or skipping a meal as a parent, some of those essential needs are met by one visit to us. Contact-free, takes about 5 minutes per month. Just as the lack of basic needs can have a devastating impact on community health and economy, so it follows that the long-term benefits to that family and to our overall community health are innumerable. We are proud to offer judgment and compassionate support, judgment-free and compassionate support for our local community. So we're not just doing diapers. We give free pregnancy tests, condoms, peer counseling, period supplies, thanks to a previous grant from this committee several years ago. And consequently, we have been able to distribute over 100 period packs to anyone who requests them. We are currently distributing about 100 every single month out of our little doors on South Walnut. We also provide free cloth and disposable diapers to keep those little ones clean, dry, and healthy. I realize I'm running out of time, so I'm skipping ahead a little bit to the questions that you asked. As for critical and must-have, it's always diapers. People are going to continue having babies, and those babies are inevitably going to need diapers for their first few years of life. We run a very efficient ship, but the bottom line is that as long as people have babies, they're going to need help with diapers. And so without a grant from this committee or any other grant, we simply have to adjust how many we're able to distribute. Diapers are always the number one, but we're seeing also an incredible surge in need for just basic hygiene items: soap, shampoo, shaving cream, shaving supplies, toothbrushes, toothpaste, things of that nature. Results and outcomes from previous Jack Hopkins grants we have received. We are right in the middle of launching our area's first ever potty training support program, thanks to last year's grant. So far, feedback from our families is enthusiastic and very positive, and we feel confident that some of the families who have been struggling for many months to get their kids out of diapers will actually cross that hurdle as a result of our potty training support program. And if anything, we're going to be expanding that further. And as I mentioned, our period support program has always also continued running after an initial grant in 2020 from the Jack Hopkins Committee. We, as the Hoosier Diaper Program, will always continue to serve the families of Bloomington and Monroe County with or without local grant funding, but without means we may have to go back to our pre-2020 days of having a long waiting list and not having enough supplies to help meet the many hundreds of families who need it each month. Thank you. We are so grateful for past support and by the way our community has stepped up. And I know I'm really in really good company with some amazing agencies in here, many of which we work with. So thank you for your support and your time.
Thank you so much. Questions? Go ahead.
Hi, Jessica. Thank you so much for that really informative presentation. I just have one question regarding the potty training support program.
Yes.
Can you just kind of very briefly outline what that looks like and how our funds, how your funds would go towards supporting that?
Sure, of course. So we're trying to strike a balance between education without being too directive, because we approach all of our work from a non-directive place. We're not going to be prescriptive. However, we can be supportive and give best practices and peer support. So the program begins with a family opting in. If they decide to opt in, we'll have an initial meeting with the family, ideally in person, but we can do it other ways as well, of about 30 minutes, just to get a feel for what are their pain points, what have they been struggling with. And what we're finding is that I would say about 70% of the families I've met with so far, it's just been support. They haven't actually needed supplies or even facts. They had all of the information and tools, but they needed someone to kind of normalize that potty training is incredibly stressful. My circumstances personally, when my kids were potty training, were just about the most ideal of ideals. And I still found like it was probably the hardest phase of parenting in 18 years. So beyond just the support, because we are also giving items, we give them a starter pack of reusable cloth training pants, not just underpants, but they're like a sort of like a cloth diaper, a cloth underpant with reinforced padding. We give them a potty ring seat, a little personalized booklet that we made for them and their family, and then we do periodic check-ins. They can opt to check in with us anytime they want, or we check in with them every 2 weeks to see how their progress is going and where they're getting hung up.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being here tonight. I was just wondering, I know at times you guys have tried to do some diaper delivery for families that might not be able to get to your South Walnut Street location. Can you just tell us about the status of delivery options for families?
Sure. We did actually have a delivery program for a couple of years and had to stop it when in the middle of 2022, I became the only staff member for most of the year. So I couldn't keep doing it. At this time, we encourage people to carpool or use friends and family. A lot of our families group up because we don't require families to pick up their own supplies. And we're also beginning to give bus passes, which we just made that decision last week. I understand, though, many people don't drive or can't drive. We do often also refer to Beloved, who I think is also presenting here tonight. But we don't have a delivery program at this time. I wish we did.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, do you have any component of the program related to cloth diapers at all?
We do. We, if anybody here has ever heard of Heine Helpers was in Bloomington for some years, and we sort of inherited their inventory. So the whole upstairs of our building on South Walnut is full of cloth diapers. We have enough cloth diapers for hundreds of babies. So we do offer freely cloth diaper long-term loans, totally free. We hope to get them back in a few years, but sometimes that doesn't happen. We provide some basic education on cloth diapers as well. But if you're a family that doesn't have your own washer and dryer, it's not the best option. But we still do encourage that whenever people would like to try.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have Amethyst House. Thank you for being here.
Hello. Do I need to? Trying to figure out how close I should go. Okay, I'm ready when you are. Hello, council members. I just wanted to thank you first for your time and consideration. My name is Delaney Dorsch, and
I'm Steve Fitzgerald. I'm Amethyst Facilities Maintenance Guy, so I can talk about the nuts and bolts of our projects.
yes, and we are a Bloomington-based nonprofit that serves individuals with substance abuse disorders, and our services include residential and outpatient treatment, emphasizing a foundation towards recovery. And we applied for the Jack Hopkins grant, inquiring funding for the upkeep of our residential homes. Our total request was $19,165. $8,350 would be allocated towards the refurbishment of the windows in the women's house, and the remaining $10,815 would go towards carpet replacement in the men's house. The total cost of the window project is estimated to be $28,350.
Could you just pick the microphone up just a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
We'll give you the time back, but yeah.
Okay. The total cost of the window project is estimated to be $28,350, and the total cost of the carpets would be $12,815. 22 would be leveraged through other grants and fundraising efforts. And for the critical and must-have question, in the case of being awarded partial funding, we would prioritize the window project for the women's house due to the prioritization of safety of our residents. And that would be approximately $2,025 per window. And if we do not receive total funding, we would just reduce the quantity of windows that would get refurbished.
Our women's house is a historically significant building, and although we initially tried to, can't hear me? Our women's house is a historically significant building. It's on West 2nd Street across from the new Hopewell neighborhood. We initially tried to replace our non-functioning windows with a replacement sash, which is pretty popular. But because of the historical significance, the community wanted us to reuse or maintain the original frames. Their hope is to keep original building materials, trim, to maintain the exterior of the house as it was in 2010 or 1910 when it was built. My main concern is emergency egress. The windows are so old that they're hard to operate, and we only have one stairway for exit for the second floor bedrooms. So I started this quest 3 years ago to try to get the windows replaced. Our men's house was remodeled after a fire in 2001. We have 19 people there at our peak, and the carpet has just gotten threadbare. It's thin and stretched and has significant wrinkles in it because it's just aged out. So we feel a need to replace that. Anybody have any questions?
Councilmember Stasberg.
So you said you started this journey about 3 years ago to get these windows repaired or replaced. So at that time, did you go before the Historical Preservation Committee and ask about this?
Yes, it's kind of evolved. We initially went with vinyl framed replacement sash windows from Anderson Windows, evolved into wooden frames, which are more compatible with the historical significance. Got shot down again. We ended up hiring a consultant who did a really professional, objective assessment of each of our windows, gave each a numerical score, which indicated that the windows were salvageable and sent us off in the direction of rehabbing the original 1910 era windows. So we've made efforts repeatedly, but got resistance.
Yep. So in terms of those original windows, I'm assuming then that they're single pane glass.
Yes, they are. They have storm windows.
And you have storm windows on all of them.
Yes.
And you have to change out the storm windows for screen windows every year, or do you not have screens?
We depend on plastic insulating film to try to keep the environment within the rooms. The storm windows have sliding sashes for either fixed pane or screen windows, and they're used a lot.
Okay. Do you recall off the top of your head, to pull these windows out and refurbish them, you said is a little over $2,000 a window. Do you recall off the top of your head how much those wood framed Anderson windows are?
I have a figure here. I can give you a comparison for the total house. We're applying for the higher priority windows, the windows that are in the bedrooms. The main concern is, again, is emergency egress. The wood frame Anderson replacement sash windows would have cost, the building has 26 windows in it, would have cost about $36,000. The total cost for rehabbing the windows is around $52,000. So significantly more, but it's the way the world is.
Okay, so you don't have that broken down per window. You said $36,000 for all 26 windows, but this application is only going for 14 of those windows, right?
Right. To manage the process, we're trying to pare it down and prioritize.
So, but it was $36,000 for 26 windows?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I
So
think that.
at a unit cost to rehab the windows at $2,025 times 26, we come to over $52,560.
I just did the quick math at the $36,000 for 26 windows is about a little under $1,400 a window.
That sounds
So,
right.
Just to say that out loud.
We used a local contractor, Tommy Dees, Good reputation, very professional, but they aren't original windows.
Thank you so much, Andy.
Do you have any estimate on lifespan of rehab versus?
That's a good point. Replacement sash windows would easily be good for 50 years. But the original windows are over 100 years old. So if we rehab them back to their original condition, we might get twice the life out of them.
Thank you.
Good question.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Question? Okay, Eddie.
Does the carpet present any tripping hazards, or are they, I mean,
Yes.
is it an issue for
It
mobility?
has
and
become an
folks?
issue
Okay.
of late. We have a couple of substantial wrinkles in the hallway. The bedrooms are on the second floor, and everybody uses that hallway. Again, 19 people at full capacity. And so there's a lot of traffic. It really gets stampeded. And yeah, there are a couple of substantial ridges in the hallway. Ridges run the length of some of the bedrooms. I forgot to mention, our contractor suggested that we use, when we replace the carpet, we use carpet tiles. That way, if we stain something or tear something, it can be replaced just locally, piecemeal, which is a good application, I think. Thank you.
Thank you both so much for your time. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next we have Beacon.
Hello, my name is Amy Kendall, and I'm the Development Director at Beacon. Thank you for hearing what we have to say tonight. Beacon is an organization dedicated to aiding and empower people experiencing extreme poverty, especially hunger and homelessness. We are respectfully requesting funding for several different program essentials that are extremely important to our various programs and to keeping them running. The items that we're requesting, and this is in order of importance to receive the funding for, are 12 locker sets, which come to 72 lockers, and then 72 locker locks to go with those. And then an oven and refrigerator for our Phil's Kitchen facility, 12 mattresses for our overnight shelter, Friends Place, and 32 chairs for the Shalom Center, our day center, which the lockers and locks will also be for the day center, Shalom Center. So the lockers are top priority because right now we have storage bins, just like plastic totes, that our clients can sign up for and put their belongings in there long term. And the lockers are obviously a much more secure option, and a lot more security there because for some of our folks, that's everything that they own in the world goes in there. So this is really important to us to properly serve our guests. The oven and fridge are also important because the models we have right now are aged, and some parts on them are broken, and they are so old that we've tried to get replacement parts, and sometimes they're just not available. So also the oven would be a larger oven that would allow us to prepare more food all at once, and so we would be able to serve fresher food to our guests. In addition, the fridge would let us store more food and store it safely, separating the meats from seafood, all the kind of health code things that we have to pay attention to. The mattresses would be to replace torn and worn mattresses, and Friends Place is now the only emergency shelter for women in our area, and we just feel that good mattresses and a good place to sleep are something that our guests deserve in their moment of crisis. And then the chairs for Shalom Center are, our current chairs right now are broken and aged. We've had them for a while, And we just think that our guests deserve a nice place to sit while they eat and while they receive services. Shalom sees over 100 guests a day, between 100 and 200. That's the hub of our housing services. We are the largest nonprofit housing provider in Monroe County. Phil's Kitchen serves over 50,000 meals a year, and that makes us the second largest meal provider in the city for impoverished residents. And Friends Place last year in 2023 sheltered 231 unique individuals for a total of 12,501 bed nights. As I mentioned, if we're not fully funded, I listed the items in priority for us if we were to receive partial funding. We do have plans in place to construct a new facility, but all of these things would come with us to the new facility. They would be used until there can be used no more. We will get good use out of them. We also partner with many fellow service providers, Centerstone, HealthNet, Come to Shalom. Community Kitchen provides dinner at Friends Place. Hoosier Hills Food Bank provides a lot of food for us at Phil's Kitchen. And our services are in furtherance of the Heading Home Plan. In Monroe County, we work with every homeless service provider to house folks. Danielle, who's going after me on our joint application, will go into more depth on how we operate with that. So thank you very much for hearing this proposal, and I appreciate your time. Thank you for all your past support, too.
Thank you so much. Committee members, questions? None? Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Beacon and Continental with their collaborative application.
Hello, my name is Danielle Sorden, and I'm the Director of Housing First Programs at Beacon. I'm not going to tell you about the organization because Amy just did, but this application is in collaboration with the owner of the two buildings where the Crawford Homes program houses the majority of our clients. So we serve about 130 people in the Crawford Homes program, and about half of those people are at the Crawford 1 and the Crawford 2 buildings. We are asking for a grant to renovate several of the rooms in the Crawford 2 building. The original computer lab and exercise room were damaged in a flood several years back, and they need to be, they need to have new drywall installed and painting and new flooring. And we want to convert the old computer lab into a clinic room for health and medical service providers. So we also have the two community rooms, which were flood damaged, but the drywall has been replaced. Some of it still needs finished and it needs painted. So if we had to receive less funding than we requested, obviously the clinic room would be our first priority. Next would be the exercise room, and then having the community rooms painted and drywall finished would be our third priority. You asked me to explain why Continental is not able to cover the expense. Continental inherited this project. These damages happened several years before they took over the management and ownership of these buildings. They also took on these projects with a significant amount of damage to catch up with because the previous owners had not kept up with the repairs that needed to be done. They are currently dealing with severely damaged elevators that have to be fixed and some other damages that have to be repaired. So this is just not on their list of priorities for getting people housed, but it would definitely impact the services that we provide to the people that are housed there. You asked for me to provide Continental's year-end financial reports, and I sent that in an email, but I also brought a paper copy if you want me to leave it with you. And you asked if only one of the applications was approved for Beacon, which one would we prefer? I would have to say the one for the Shalom Center. Having those ovens and refrigerators to provide food and mattresses to sleep on probably is more crucial than having a clinic room at the Crawford buildings. But we have been building our partnerships significantly with medical, psychiatric, and public health service providers over the last year or two, and they've been having to work out of the combined community room and meeting room areas and clashing with other agencies that might be there providing services and without being able to keep any of their own equipment there. So it would be really great to have a clinic room. We're currently partnering with HealthNet and Monroe County Public Health and Monroe County Health Department. And so I also wanted to talk about our working with other agencies. Beacon helped design the Heading Home Plan in 2014 and 2021. We have 2 members on the Built for Zero planning team. We're the regional lead agency for coordinated entry. We organized the PIC count for over 10 years. And we have service providers from other agencies that come to all of our different facilities and provide services. So we have been collaborating with other agencies has been a very strong part of our mission from the beginning, and it always will continue to be. So thank you very much for hearing my presentation, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Questions on the committee? Okay, Nordia.
I was going to ask about the collaboration with the other organization.
Into your microphone. Bring your microphone closer.
I was asking about the collaboration with the other organizations, if it's just for delivery of service and it has nothing to do with the projects in terms of what you're asking funds for?
If it's just for delivery of service and they have
Nothing to do with the request being made today.
No, the request that I've made is for a clinic room, and that is for other agencies to provide services in.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's HealthNet comes out, they bring a psychiatric nurse practitioner and a medical nurse practitioner once a week. Public Health comes out and does vaccination clinics, and the health department comes out and does testing for Hep C, HIV, and other things. And Monroe County Humane Association comes out and provides clinic services for the pets in the buildings as well. So a clinic room would come in handy for all of those agencies and whatever other agencies in the service in the future that we could get involved as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? I'm seeing none. Moving on. Oh, did you have, I'm sorry, you had your hand up.
I was too close to you, that's all.
More dramatic.
I just want to verify, because in your application it said 2 community rooms, exercise room, and the computer lab. And so I thought that the 2 community rooms were the exercise room and the computer lab, but are you really talking about 4 rooms then?
It's 4 rooms.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
the community room and the meeting room are 2 big connected rooms, and they just need painted. The other 2 rooms need the drywall work and the flooring.
Okay, so the 2 community rooms, which is what you would want to say be using as spaces for these other agencies to come in to provide services to the folks that live there, those are the 2 that really just need painting right now, and then the exercise room and the computer lab need significantly more work because of the water damage?
The computer lab, I want to convert that into a clinic room.
Oh, okay.
We need to install a sink so that they can have running water. They're required to have running water where they work. And then the exercise room would still be an exercise room. Those are the 2 most important rooms to me. Okay. The community rooms we're already using, they just need some work.
Okay, and they're like not secure spaces in terms of that computer lab that you would convert would be a secure space so that agencies could leave various pieces of equipment there.
Yeah, I asked for funding for a locking cabinet as well so that they could keep any equipment or even medications on site if they needed to.
Okay, thank you. I'm thankful for that clarification about what this is actually remodeling.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Big Brothers Big Sisters of South Central Indiana.
Okay, is this good volume? Okay, I'm usually really loud, so no one tells me to speak up. All right. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me. My name's Lauren Fulford, and I'm the Director of Engagement with Big Brothers Big Sisters of South Central Indiana. Today, we are here to go over some of the questions that you guys had in regards to what we applied for with Jack Hopkins funding. To start out, I wanted to review our mission because I think it's important, and it's at the beginning and the heart of everything we do. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, we create and support one-to-one mentoring relationships to ignite the power and promise of youth. And that's exactly what we aim to do through all of the programs that we offer. Why us, and what are some of the long-term benefits that our agency provides to those that endure our programs? We are a very needed service within our community that provides a cost-free experience for our participants and their families. We have no financial barriers for those who are interested in enrolling in our programs, providing an accessible and equitable opportunity for the youth in our community, whom we call littles, to gain access to an additional positive adult mentor in their life that's not in their already established network of support, whom we call bigs. Investing in Big Brothers Big Sisters is investing in the future of our community. Mentorship, specifically amongst the youth, has been proven to reduce physical aggression, increase educational success, and prevent risky behaviors. Who is going to replace us when we retire? Who is going to make up that next generation of the workforce? Who is going to continue the legacies of our current leaders? Our youth. So it is super important to invest in organizations such as Big Brothers Big Sisters, which have proven to make positive impacts on the present and the future. Not only does the data speak for itself, but we also have the stats to back it up. Our professionally trained staff devote time to obtaining accurate, time-sensitive, and useful data that evaluate our program's outcomes and impacts on the littles. We are confident in our ability to positively impact the lives of those in our programs as we hear it from our matches and we see it in the information reported. Simply put, we are seeking funding to enhance our staff in order to meet our community needs. For Big Brothers Big Sisters to do this, we recognize a need to increase our staffed hours. Our staff is currently operating at full capacity, with many interested community members on a wait list. We want to lower that wait list while continuing to provide a positive enrollment experience, enforce child safety measures, and continue providing support to those in our programs. While any level of funding is greatly appreciated, partial funding would regrettably lower our ability to expand and reach more youth. The allocated funding requested is crucial for enhancing our staff without impacting other areas of our budget, such as our programming. In the event of partial funding, the most critical need is the salary enhancement. While all itemized expenses will be accrued, having the major expense of increasing salary will provide us a great deal of relief. Nonetheless, we remain committed to delivering impactful services within the constraints of available resources, prioritizing the well-being and development of the youth we serve. While our budget for 2023 did exhibit some surplus, we found it necessary to allocate these funds towards offsetting the deficits that accrued in 2021 and 2022 as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This project's request is specifically regarding one special coworker of mine, Emma Hurt, our community relationship specialist. Emma is currently a part-time employee, and she supports the program department. With this project funding, we will be able to cover the costs associated with promoting Emma to full-time and increase her support of the program department while also providing support to the fund development department. Our agency is blossoming, and we are projected to have record numbers in 2024. We successfully relaunched our site-based programs this year in Monroe County. Our wait list continues to expand. Schools and other organizations have expressed interest in collaborating with us, and so much more. To serve our community best and meet its needs, we must increase our staffing. We will be able to absorb this expense in future budgets through continued efforts of our fund development team and accommodating the salary needs when preparing the annual budget moving forward. It has been a pleasure speaking to you all today, and I hope more than anything that you feel confident in our agency and the impact we will continue to make on our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Questions?
Was there a misstep in the annual budget while this is being requested?
I would say no, there wasn't a misstep. It's just the need has grown tremendously. We have a 200% projection increase in youth served from 2023 to 2024 as a result of the relaunch of our site-based program, and also onboarding some other staff in 2023 that was allocated for.
Any other questions? Fantastic. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
your time.
guys.
Next, we have Bloomington Cooperative Living.
Hello, esteemed council members. My name is Leslie Kosenko. I am a resident and a member of Bloomington Cooperative Living, as well as I am the secretary on the board of directors. So who is BCL and what is cooperative living? We are an affordable housing solution that maintains and communal housing in Bloomington, in which we are democratically controlled. So what does that mean? It means that we remove the systematic barriers of finding housing and building community by embodying the cooperative principles that are in cooperatives across the nation. So what does that mean specifically? What we do is we teach people at all ages on how to maintain, function, and live in a house. So each member has their own separate room with communal spaces. Maintenance is shared, multiple hours of volunteer work, cook shifts, establishing governance structures, running the house, running the budget, running treasury, running membershiping for new members, and also finding funding. So at the same time, while we're operating like a business, we still want to make sure that we are a home. We were established in 2007, at which we acquired 2 houses, which are leased through a private owner. In 2011, we have the Middle Earth House, which I'm going to speak about today. And this is the big yellow house that's on Madison and Kirkwood that everybody knows that was a restaurant, a private home in Middleway, and that is why it's called Middle Earth. This house was built in 1900, and so obviously as the years go on, there continues to be more and more repairs as they come up. We are creating housing from non-traditional sources. We just opened our newest cooperative house at 410 Kirkwood, right next to the current one, where we took a shopping center and made it into 10-person housing, a 10-unit apartment, and then the separate nonprofit, Redbud, is the bookstore that's at the front of the building. And so we are committed to being a part of the community. Also, we are committed to offer affordable low-income housing. As part of the BCL mission, we have 75% of our members and fall into low-income standards. For Middle Earth, Trellis, and Mercury, the newest ones, there is a requirement that 80% of AMI. So how are we managed? This is through members voting on matters, finances. Collectively, we hold a general assembly where all the houses come together and vote as things as an organization. We are looking into things like purchasing private land so that it can stay outside of, for lack of better wording, outside of the traditional apartment income-related activities that happen in Bloomington. So we are hoping to spin off another nonprofit in 5 years, maybe more, with this land that we have acquired at cost, to be quite honest, so that we can continue to grow as time goes on. Right now, what we're looking at is what our population is. We have 71 members right now. Only 46% of them are students. This is a university area, but we strive to have people that are non-students. 23% of the members work for nonprofits, including myself. 56% of the members are either non-binary or identify themselves as LGBTQ. We have children. We have 3 generations living in one house where there is a mother, her son, and the son's children. We have 4 children in that house as well, with another baby on the way. So we offer different things in different houses to suit what the community needs. But now that you know about BCL, I want to go through what we need at Middle Earth. Middle Earth is requesting $4,110.30 for immediate repairs on our largest house that, like I said, it was built in 1900. We, after many different variations of this house, there are different electrical panels, and one of them needs severely brought up to code. It's just been recently identified. We also are requesting security lights and some kind of security system, whether it's cameras or some other type of system, because we house 25 bicycles. Our members, we do not necessarily believe in cars. We're downtown, we're like walkable city, and the ability to use bicycles. And also just because we're low-income housing as well, if something's stolen, like it has happened in the recent past, it's very hard for these people to recover, to buy a replacement part. Also, the last thing that I would like to say is that BCL, we, part of this funding, this is only 15%.
Just for
Yes.
fairness to
Yep,
everyone else.
totally understand.
Yeah, okay, questions?
Why is the student number so large for the percentage of occupants?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Why is the student number so large in terms of the occupants or the people who participate in the program?
I would just say it's the rental market, to be quite honest. I mean, I would say that our members that are students typically are short-term leases, whereas the members like myself that work in the community, we're more of the long-term lease criteria. Most of our students are very few undergraduates. They are mainly graduate or PhD students, and multiple PhD or graduate level students are international. They're more familiar with the cooperative housing living, and so we don't want to be only student housing. We want to be housing for anyone. It's honestly just kind of as it ebbs and flows. I think last year we were at a lower percentage. We were about 30%. It literally just depends on the year, and we go for the right person to move in, not necessarily what their job, profession, or et cetera.
With the electrical box, if it's not repaired, is there a risk that the house won't be habitable?
So I don't know about, let's see. That's our number one priority on our repair list today. We're also doing, like, what I was trying to get at was 15%. This is 15% of the things that we're repairing this year, this $4,000. So out of operating reserves, out of money we saved, out of other grants that we're applying for, we're working on this. So the electrical box is why we submitted for the Jack Hopkins this year, because it is absolutely our biggest priority. I think the other items, they're not going to make it inhabitable. So if that is not funded, we will have to pay for it out of our reserves, which means that something else that needs repaired, like insulation to keep our utility bills low, or flooring, that's the original 1900 flooring in the upstairs. So it's just kind of juggling our repairs. But this is the number one thing that needs repaired in Middle Earth right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Courtney, go ahead.
Thank you for that information and that presentation. Forgive me if I missed this somewhere. I know you mentioned 71 members. I'm assuming that's between both houses, correct?
So we have 5 houses.
5.
Two of the houses have 19 people each, and then the rental homes are 10 and 8, I believe. So 19, 19, 10, and then our rented houses are the balance. So very, very few people that live on campus. It's by the law school, but our majority of our houses are a little bit further out, still in the outer downtown area.
Okay. So Middle Earth house is 19. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome. And our student population in Middle Earth is only 8 students out of the 19. Thank you. Thank you very much. So appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for your time. Oh, do you have a question? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I had a
go
couple
ahead.
questions, real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and this may be hard to answer, but if you could describe a typical example of one of the residents, where were they living before?
It depends. Whether it's apartment housing around town, If it's an international student, they're just coming to the United States. So we have word of mouth through some of the international studies departments that helps us recruit international students. So a lot of them apartments, and a lot of them struggled in the apartments, whether it was a bad landlord like myself, or if it was too expensive of housing. Our goal is to have food, utilities, and rent to be around $600. And that is huge for this community, and it's something that we stand by. So with the city and grants and things helping us, that's the way that we keep from raising our rent astronomical levels. We do keep reserves, but at the end of the day, we try not to raise rent.
May I ask one more question?
Please go ahead.
Who has the mortgage on the homes?
So the nonprofit has three of the mortgages. Actually, let me rephrase that. So 2 houses are rented through a gentleman named Shep, I don't know his last name, and they have been renting since 2010. 2 of the houses are owned by BCL. The new land we call it Dandelion Village, is through BCL, and then we had a member purchase a mortgage and then leases it to BCL. So it's essentially 3 owned homes and 2 rented.
So there's no, the homes are owned by, they're not owned by a bank, local or?
We have mortgages, yes.
You have mortgages?
Yes. Yes.
So do you know where they're through, the mortgages are through?
Different banks, so IU Credit Union or CDFI.
Okay, that's helpful, credit union. And lastly, I see your 501(c)(3). So are the chair, the treasurer, and the secretary and the board members in general, but particularly those 3 positions, do they tend to be residents that make up?
Yes, our president at this point found another low-income housing Section 8 home and gets full funding for that. So our president was a resident, but all of the other board members outside of our community or at-large members are residents.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Another question. Okay, another question. Sorry. There's another question.
That's okay. How much rent do your residents pay? Like,
So-
is it a sliding scale?
It's a sliding scale, depending on square footage, if you have a window, where you're located in the house.
Can you just give the range, maybe?
I'll tell you what I pay. I pay $647.
Okay. And
for-
so
for
are
a
you probably
standard-
somewhere in the middle of?
I would say our lowest would be in the higher 4, and our highest will be right below 700.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on. Bloomington Food Policy Council collaborative application.
Okay. Can everyone hear me okay?
Somewhat. Try again.
Let's see.
Bloomington
How
Food Policy.
about now?
We can hear you, but you're a little distant.
Okay. How about without the video?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, sweet. Thank you so much. I'm actually on site right now, so that's part of the struggle. So let me know if you can't hear me, and I'll put it in the chat.
We can hear you perfectly. Go ahead.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. I'm Laura McAllister. I look better on screen than what I sound. I'm with Bloomington Food Policy Council, and if you don't know, the Policy Council is a group of farmers, gardeners, growers, and concerned citizens interested in making sure that our food system is more equitable and has a more clear pathway for food and its stakeholders to meet each other in the middle. Equity can be defined as an opportunity, but also as the removal of barriers for food in our system. I think specifically you were asking about what we would do without full funding. So partial funding will obviously diminish our ability to be consistent. We partner with People's Cooperative Market to fill our orders every week that are already meeting the demands of 20 plus families for our sponsored box program, some of which are part of our vulnerable populations. Middle Way House is already being served by the Bloomington Food Policies Council's collaboration with People's Cooperative Market, and so that's why they aren't a collaborator. They are more of a beneficiary. And so we try and create relationships with folks that we're taking the lion's share of grant writing and coordinating efforts so that they can be beneficiaries for their clients who they're already serving with such high quality and compassionate care. And so working with Tandem is a new project. Since I've said we've already worked with Middle Way House to provide them and the students at the Rise, the small kids there, with food every week. Tandem will expand our services into prenatal and postpartum families. Tandem Community Birth Center and Postpartum House has already received a refrigerator from us so they can store some of the food that we will be delivering. And so it's not that we aren't collaborating with Middle Way, but we want to make sure that they don't take on any extra work and we're able to continue our deliveries to them every week. If we could prioritize what the money would be spent on, obviously it would be spent on food. And we already have farmers that are interested in supporting these populations with nutrient-dense food, not just produce, but meat, eggs, bread, and some foods of their choices. I think it's also important to point out that there isn't a lot of choice in our food system when access is an issue. So a lot of times we have families who want to try new recipes or have interest in using more culturally relevant food, but don't have the money or the time to risk purchasing a product they're unfamiliar with. Lastly, I want to clarify that our project will be located in 3 places. So we'll be delivering to Middle Way House, where they will determine who's already living in the transitional housing, and the children in the Rise will receive it. And then Tandem will be determining which families will be receiving a delivery every week for produce, eggs, dairy, meat of their choosing. So we're really, again, giving choice to those service agencies and their clients, while we at People's Cooperative Market and at the Bloomington Food Policy Council will be distributing food from our farmers in the week and on the weekends every Saturday, 9 to 1 at First United Church. Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions from the committee? Going once, going twice, gone. Okay, moving on.
Did I
If you have a
do it?
question,
Did I
it's
answer all the
already-
questions?
The time's passed. You missed your opportunity. Go ahead.
Thank you, though, for giving me a second chance. Just with the last organization, I was wondering if the residents were involved in the board, serving as chair or treasurer or secretary, or the positions that are required by state law with the 513(3)(c). I was wondering, does the Food and Farm Council, the board and the leadership positions, are they are farmers involved, directly involved?
Yes. Yes.
Serving, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bloomington Meals on Wheels.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thanks so much for having me tonight. For over 50 years now, Bloomington Meals on Wheels has provided medically tailored meals and a social connection to Bloomington residents who are primarily homebound due to chronic illness, serious injury, disability, or advanced age, and can't prepare a nutritious meal. In 2021, we added a mobile food pantry called Groceries to Go to reach Bloomington residents who could prepare a meal if they have food, but are unable to reach other food pantries or community kitchen due to their health issues or lack of transportation. Many of our Groceries to Go recipients have chronic health issues. Diabetes, heart disease, and kidney disease are their most common ailments. Diet can play a huge role in the management of these conditions. And unfortunately, most foods donated to food banks and pantries are not ideal for individuals living with chronic conditions. Healthy, diet-friendly foods are also more expensive at the grocery store. You just heard the Food Policy Council discuss this same thing. This creates additional health disparities for low-income individuals, as it is difficult to maintain a diet to manage chronic conditions, leading to increased doctor and emergency department visits, as well as increased hospital admissions, straining our already congested healthcare system. Our proposal is a pilot of a medically tailored food box program. We'll contract with a dietitian to design a week's worth of recipes and food list for both a diabetes-friendly box and a low-sodium box. Recipients requesting one of the boxes will fill out a short questionnaire about their diet behavior and health each time they request a box, which will allow us to track short-term changes in behavior and health from the boxes. Initially, we expect to distribute about 15 to 20 boxes per week. We plan to request an additional $10,000 expansion grant from Meals on Wheels of America later this summer to help grow this pilot program. Our hope is that the pilot program will enable us to gather enough data and stories that will better position us to apply for larger grants to develop the pilot into a full-blown food pharmacy program. The question posed by the committee about critical components and can we proceed with partial funding can be addressed. Yes, we could proceed with partial funding. The dietitian contract is the most essential piece of this component. The rest of the funding for the food and delivery could be reduced, but that would allow us to distribute fewer boxes. And it can be reduced to whatever amount of funding is available. It's just the less funding, the fewer boxes we're able to distribute. I'm happy to answer any other questions that you might have about the project.
Thank you so much. Committee members, question, please, Andy.
Is this program modeled on a program that's been developed elsewhere in other communities and other states?
So food pharmacy programs are becoming more and more common, both at home delivered meal options as well as food pantries and hospital systems. This is just a baby step into that idea. And, we've definitely been speaking with others who've done these to try and learn from their expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hopi.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Can you say, I think that I heard you say that your goal for this program to start with in terms of this pilot was about 20 of these special boxes a week. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Was there any form of survey or anything done like that as to confirm the need?
So we survey our clients both our Meals on Wheels clients and our Groceries to Go clients at least annually. And managing chronic conditions is always a it's one of the top things on additional services they would like to have. They would like to have foods that help them manage particularly diabetes and address low sodium. And for our Groceries to Go clients, that's the number one request we receive are, can we get diabetic friendly foods and can we get more low sodium foods?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Wonderful. Thank you again for your time. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bloomington St. Vincent de Paul serving Monroe County.
Thank you. My name's Scott Alber. I'm president of the Society of St. Vincent de Paul, and we are an all-volunteer organization. Our volunteers are dedicated to helping those in need. But I'm here to speak about our request for bridge funding to support our housing stability program. Now, the goal of this program is to help persons that are below or near the poverty line that are fortunate enough to have housing to be able to keep that housing. And I don't need to tell you, of course, that the importance of stable housing for all people, but it's especially important for those that house children and the elderly. Now, the reason we need this funding is that we've seen an increase in the need of both persons needing rent assistance and the amount of assistance they need. And I looked at the first quarter of 2023 and compared it with this last quarter that we just ended here in 2024. And we've seen an increase in 52% in the number of households that have come to us for help. And as far as the amount of money that we've expended on rent assistance during that same quarter, that has increased by 73%. Now, the good news is Towards the end of last year, we did get a grant from the Catholic Foundation for $20,000 to help us cover that increase. And the bad news is that we've already run through that amount of money, and we will continue to seek additional grants and donations, but until then, that we get that help, the need has not subsided. So we're asking for a grant from the Jack Hopkins Social Service Fund to help us keep families in their homes and not add to those that are unhoused. Now, the benefit of granting money to St. Vincent de Paul is that these funds that we work with, because we work with practically all the social service agencies in town and organizations, and we leverage our assistance with theirs. Now, most notably, we work with the township trustees within the Bloomington city limits. And since we are an all-volunteer society, there's virtually no overhead to the administrative side of our service. We do track all the aid we give. We train our volunteers to the best of their abilities to determine that the households that receive aid are on a path that they can sustain their future financial obligations for their housing. Now, I want to give two just examples of the type of cases that we handle. And of course, I've changed the names. But in one case, Kelly's husband died unexpectedly, and that left her with 6 children. And she got a part-time job, and then she received money from Social Security benefits. In total, it came to about $1,850 a month, but her rent was $1,200 a month. And one month, her Social Security check, for whatever reason, did not come through, and her landlord actually threatened her with eviction. So we negotiated with the landlord, and we were able to keep her in house, and her check came the next month, and there was not a problem. Another case, Ron, 77-year-old grandfather, he ended up adopting his 15-year-old granddaughter because unfortunately her parents had addiction problems. She's a straight A student, but there was an unexpected expense. He also struggled, but we were able to come in and keep him housed. And these are yours and my neighbors, and they represent the type of people we help. So we appreciate your consideration. Any funding that we receive not only helps stabilize housing for these folks, but it also allows more resources for our other programs and the programs of other agencies that may have to step in if we were unable to. Now, if we receive partial funding or no funding at all, what we would do is either cut back on our other programs, or more likely, we would just simply not be able to help as many people. And we're hoping this grant could help up to 120 additional folks. So obviously, any portion that we didn't get, that would be the less number that we could help, or we would have to reduce the amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Courtney.
Hi, thank you very much for all of that information and walking us through it. Can you just give us a brief overview of how do you determine which applicants get the funding, which families you help with that aid?
Yeah, so basically our volunteers the person calls us first, and then we do a background check to make sure, background check in our database to make sure we haven't helped them within the last 6 months, because that's a requirement. And then we ask them to, we basically then assign them to a volunteer who interviews them, talks to them about who they've contacted. We always recommend they go to the trustee. We find out what other agencies they've gone to. We find out, like I say, the sustainability of, like, for instance, if someone contacts us, they have no resources, no income, and they're paying $800 in rent, our helping them is going to help them for 1 month, but then unless we see some reason that they are going to pay the next month, we probably turn them down.
So just to follow up and clarify, thank you. Sorry. So this is just a one-time assistance. It's not an ongoing for each family.
Oh, right.
Helping.
Like I say, we do have, you can apply to us if you've been helped within the last 6 months. And we probably have about 30% of our people do come back to us for additional help, but that means that 2/3 of the people do not. So
thank you for that clarification.
you have a question?
Courtney took my question.
Oh, okay, good. Good. Moving on. Anybody? Go ahead.
I kind of do have a follow-up on one of the answers that he gave to Courtney. So in that situation where somebody comes to you and because they don't have a path forward to, say, be able to pay their rent the next month, and so you decide you can't fund them, like, what is your, like, do you have a next step at that point in terms of referring them to some other organization that might be able to?
We have a whole list of resources, which is on our website. So yes, what we would probably do is have them, like I say, all of our clients, we have them contact their local trustee. And then we might be in conversation with their trustee. We might be in conversation with another church. We might be in conversation with Beacon. We will try, obviously, not to abandon them. But on the other hand, like I say, unless we have some hope, if there's, I mean, and that actually is in rare cases, because usually there is a situation that, luckily those situations are rare. They occasionally do come up, but we will counsel them and figure out if there's family or somebody else that can come in and help.
Okay, thank you.
Question, with the negotiation of the landlord in the case that you mentioned, is that something that's typical?
Yes, I mean, it does. We train our volunteers to contact the landlord, first of all, to verify that is the amount that they're going to pay, and also to verify that, like, say if it's a partial, like say someone, and I don't know if this was the case on the $1,200 rent, but say we would offer $250 and the person would offer $600, we would ask the landlord for assurance that they are not going to be evicted, that will keep them in until they can get back on their feet or get, in that case, another Social Security check comes in.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really impressed to hear how it sounds like you're really well integrated with the township trustees and other sources of emergency funding for needs like this. Would you say, is it a real formal? Is the relationship pretty formalized, or does any volunteer caseworker for your organization call the trustees, find out if you know, where did they go first? Did they come to you first?
Yeah, ideally we do. I mean, when I was a home visitor, I don't do that so much anymore, but I would always call the trustee. I would call the landlord. Have they been a good at paying up till this point? And the trustee often can ask a lot of the hard questions that we don't ask about. And we generally consider ourselves low barrier. I mean, we have great respect for anyone that comes to us. And we just, oftentimes people are just relieved because we are very good at contacting people, and we tend to go to them as compared to they don't have to come to us. And they're just relieved sometimes just to talk to somebody because they find that they feel pretty hopeless. And we can sometimes just give them hope by talking. Have you called this person? Have you gone to the trustee? And that in itself sometimes is all they need.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So there is a process in terms of formal collaboration with other organizations to get information?
Well, I guess what's I'm a little confused about, or what I need explanation is, what do you mean by formal?
Well, I'm thinking of the way to verify the information that is being given to you by each participant who applies, and to see if that they have applied to other organizations, such as the trustee.
Yeah, right, and that's the one nice thing about the trustee. Like I say, they have strict requirements. And then they always have to re-sign or have their people that come to them sign a release form so that information can be shared with us. There are situations where it is so desperate and that they haven't seen the trustee, but we always do try to, in speaking to the landlord, if nothing else, try to verify the information they're giving us. And we always tell them that we're going to do that too, and have them give us permission to do that.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have Boys and Girls Club of Bloomington.
good evening. My name is Leslie Absher. I'm the development director at the Boys and Girls Clubs of Bloomington. For $20 a year, any person in our community can be a member of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Bloomington. We pride ourselves on opening our doors to anyone and everyone who has need, and we are open every single day after school to every child, and we're open when schools are closed. We always say when schools are closed, the club is open. We're open on fall break, spring break, all day in the summer. We're feeding kids, providing mentoring and tutoring, and a place for them to go after school where their parents don't have to worry about what they're doing. We transport them from the schools directly to the club, and so we holistically care for our kids. And we're respectfully requesting a one-time capital fund of $20,000 to replace doors in our Lincoln Street and Ferguson and Crestmont clubs to increase safety. So I had the privilege about a week ago of listening to Mayor Carrie Thompson, and she talked about one of the most difficult things in her time has been walking through homeless encampments and talking to people that don't have anywhere else to go. We know Carrie's pretty passionate about housing. And one of the things that I love that she said when she was talking about that was that she was getting to know the stories of the people who didn't have homes at the time, that most of them had trauma in their lives that started as a child. And so she said that if we really want to solve big problems like housing our friends and neighbors, we have to think upstream. And the question she asked is, what's happening with our 5-year-olds? So what's happening with our 5-year-olds? I want to answer that question. A lot of our kids are encountering trauma at a young age, and they don't have a caring adult or safe adult to walk them through those things. The club serves hundreds of kids every single day. In Bloomington, we're serving over 450 kids a day, and we're providing a safe place for those kids to be safe from trauma, first of all, where they're not experiencing that at Boys and Girls Club. But secondly, if they are experiencing trauma in other places in their lives, that they have somebody that they can go to who is trained, who can walk them through how to deal with those traumas. And so we're a preventative program, we're a proactive program to try to give kids a leg up for the best future that they can have. So this is why this funding is so important to us, to fund entrances and exits and new doors in our building. We know that if you've seen Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the very bottom one is, psychological safety. A lot of things asked for here: food, shelter, water, security. And right above that is a feeling of safety. And it's physical safety, emotional safety, psychological safety. And we want to make our buildings as safe as possible. We renovated our buildings, which was asked about 8 years ago. It's been a decade since we had the architecture and made decisions about what doors to use. And frankly, you do what you can afford. And so at the time, we put in the doors that we knew were appropriate for our building. But this is a decade later, and there has been a lot of different things that have happened in the last 10 years. One thing specifically is that another youth-serving organization nationally was in the news for safety issues with adults being predators on children, and it was in spaces that were not supervised. And this happened in 2020, and then in 2021 it made national news, and our national organization responded by increasing safety across the nation. So all of our clubs now have an internal safety board that our board of directors is running. We have 2 annual drop-in safety inspections, one from our national organization and one from the local, in partnership with local law enforcement, and they're checking on things that are risk areas in our buildings, because we don't want to have adults perpetrating on children. We don't want to have, actually more prevalent now is kids on other kids in spaces when they're unsupervised. And so we don't have auto-locking doors at the moment, and all of our doors are doors that kids can kind of go in and out of. We have a key system right now, and we have adults stationed, and we have cameras. We're doing everything we can to mitigate those risks. But the number one thing that comes back over and over and over again in our safety assessments over the last 2 or 3 years is that we need different doors. We need better doors. We need doors that the locks are going to be automatically locking behind kids. They can't get into spaces on their own. They're always going to be in spaces with groups of kids and multiple adults. And this is a critical thing for us. We've got to get this fixed. And so this is our request. It's something that we're going to do. And if we don't get full funding, we would do a few doors at a time. So the ones that have the highest risk, the areas that are the most dangerous for kids to get in and be unsupervised. We would also do ones that are used most frequently. So we have internal lobbies. Those doors are used all the time, so we would replace those first. So we could move forward with partial funding. We would just prioritize the doors, and we would just keep plugging away to receive more funding so that overall we could finish every single door in our building could be completely secure. It's really important to us to keep kids safe. It's our number one priority, and we really appreciate you considering the request to help us to do that. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Questions? I'll start on my left.
I did have a quick question. So prioritizing the doors themselves, is it pretty, would you say that it makes not great sense to just do part of the doors because the vulnerability is not really dependent on the number of doors so much, but on having access at all?
Correct. So ideally, we do it all at one time. In nonprofits and in lots of places, you do what you can at the time, and then you continue to do better as you are able to. It's the number one priority for us right now. So we're seeking funding from all different sources to make this happen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there, if you had to choose between the two buildings, which would you choose to do one building, or would you choose to do the exterior doors for both buildings? Like those
That's a good question.
choices.
Yeah, I think our priority listed Ferguson Crestmont exterior first, and then Lincoln Street exterior, and then Ferguson Crestmont interior and Lincoln interior. Ferguson Crestmont houses our most needy population, so it's right in the housing authority neighborhood. A lot of those kids have already experienced trauma, and safety is really critical at that club. They need to feel safe and secure in that place because they may not have anywhere else they feel safe and secure, so that's part of why that one's our number one priority.
I'm sorry. So you would prioritize Crestmont entirely, or would you, if it was possible, to do the exterior doors to kind of control who's coming in and out?
We would do high traffic and exterior doors first at Crestmont, and then I think high traffic and exterior doors at Lincoln Street, because that we feel like on our risk assessments that came back, we had Apex and law enforcement do risk assessments, and that was the order that they gave us. So we're going with the experts that gave us that priority. Yeah.
To my right, now we'll start with Nardia. You have questions?
Thanks.
Okay. Go ahead, Hopi.
I'm just looking at your revenue and expense sheet, and it looks like maybe you had a large surplus last year. And
it's all earmarked for other things. So we have a project starting in Owen County. We're building a new Boys and Girls Club in Owen County and Spencer. So the funding that we received was money from the Lilly Endowment that is earmarked for that project. All of our surplus is money that's earmarked for specific projects from funders. And none of it's like liquid and able to be used at our discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions to the right? Thank you so much.
Thanks, we appreciate it.
Moving on, we have the cancer support community.
Good evening. I'm Terry Wood-Bailey, and I am the president and CEO of Cancer Support Community Indiana. I've been in my position about 9 months, so I brought along with me Stephanie Shelton, who is our rock star development director, to answer any questions that you might have today. I want to let you know that Cancer Support Community Indiana has 11 service areas along with 2 satellites, one of which is here in Bloomington. And it was based on a needs study that was done a few years ago with the offices opening only in 2022. So it's only been about 2.5 years. We have served 4,000 unduplicated individuals in 2023. 711 of those individuals are in Bloomington, Monroe County. What we find is based on our mission, which is to uplift and strengthen people impacted by cancer by providing support, fostering compassionate communities, and breaking down barriers to care. We know that through research, 2 out of 5 Hoosiers will develop cancer in their lifetime. So if we were to even just look in this room, I bet we would find that there are probably people who have had a cancer diagnosis. What we also know, excuse me, is that we probably all have had some type of impact within a family member or a friend that we know who has been affected by cancer. Our request is for $9,000 to support what we call cancer patient assistance, which is food and transportation assistance for cancer patients and other cancer supplies, which include chemo kits, radiation kits, comfort kits, and wig kits. What we're finding also is that some of the people that we see have to skip their treatments They skip their radiation. They skip their medication because they have to put food on the table, or they don't have enough money to put gas in their car because, you know, gas prices change every single day, it seems like. And so this particular program will help to supplement that for those individuals who have gotten a cancer diagnosis. You had some questions for us that we want to answer for you right now. The critical or must-have program elements we believe are those grocery and gas cards. We try to provide $100 grocery cards and $50 gas cards for cancer patients, along with those kits that they need if it's for a wig or for chemo or for radiation. Our plan for future funding, one thing you should know about us is that everything that people receive from us is free of charge. They pay nothing to come to us. So we depend on dollars from organizations like yours to assist us in assisting individuals. As far as if we have the funds essential to the project, we have received some funds from Boston Scientific Foundation, some funds from United Way in the past, and we most recently received some dollars from Tri Kappa. These funds would benefit cancer patients across several counties, Monroe and surrounding. If awarded, JHSSF funds would be prioritized for use on food and transportation assistance and supply items for city residents. If the funds are not awarded, we will continue the program only until other remaining funds run out. We can't afford to continue this program without community support. The other question that you asked us was about processing application details, and we feel that that's important for you to know. We have oncology social workers and nurse navigators to help identify cancer patients in need of financial assistance and assist them in filling out the application and collecting supporting financial documents. We review each application to ensure that they meet the financial requirements. Income at the time of their treatments cannot exceed 300% of federal poverty level. Each applicant is allowed to choose whether they request food only, transportation only, or assistance with both. And we allow each participant up to $150 of assistance. We know that this is needed in this community, and we want to continue this, and we ask for your support.
Thank you so much. I'll start at my right. Any questions? Seeing none, to the left. Go ahead.
Just wanted to, I didn't hear the percentage of federal poverty level. Was this sort of the screening for services?
300.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Catholic Charities Bloomington. And just while they're preparing, just a reminder to everybody, we're so grateful that you've taken the time to be here. Sorry that we're taking a little bit longer than maybe we expected, but also feel free, once you've presented, you don't feel the need to stay the whole time. If you would like to leave, we will not be offended in any way. So please go ahead.
But good evening. Thank you so much for making the time to hear for us. So I'm Emily Cook. I'm speaking on behalf of Catholic Charities of Bloomington, and I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. I did briefly just want to introduce our organization and then get right to the questions that the committee had for us. So Catholic Charities Bloomington has been in the community for 41 years at this point. We've had a long presence here. We actually share an office space with Boys and Girls Club in the Crestmont neighborhood, and that's where we've been located for some time. So at our office at our agency, we provide mental health care. Our mission is to make mental health care accessible to anybody who is in need. So the primary population that we serve is low-income folks. We're able to serve children. We have a lot of therapists who are trained in play therapy and other therapeutic techniques that are well-suited even for very young children. And we also serve, of course, adults and families. We've requested funding this year for our sliding scale fee program. We're certainly not the only place that offers a program like this in Bloomington, but there are very few organizations that offer a sliding fee scale at the scale that we do at Catholic Charities. There are many individuals in town, for whatever reason, affording therapy can be really challenging, and not all of these are individuals who qualify for Medicaid. In recent years, so in 2023 actually, nearly a third of our clients were participants in our sliding fee scale. Just over a third of our clients use Medicaid benefits to pay for services. So this program is not new. We've offered it for some time, but we've seen about a 9% increase in usage of this program since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this program is challenging for us to subsidize. Most clients are paying $10 or less per therapy session. Many of our clients aren't paying at all. Just for some context, typically a therapy session, if you're paying out of pocket at a private provider, you'd be looking at somewhere between $120 and $140 per session. So I'm sorry. So the council posed 3 questions. First was a common question to everybody about whether we would be able to accept partial funding for this program. The answer is absolutely. We are committed to continuing to make this available. This is a key component of our mission, and we work to subsidize this in a lot of ways that I'll explore in just a moment. However, the less funding we receive in grant funds for this program, either through Jack Hopkins or other avenues where we're going to seek funding, does increase time on our wait lists. It decreases the number of people ultimately that we're able to serve through this program. And the 2 other questions the committee had concerned our future financial position and ongoing funding for this program. And I'll sort of try to wrap those into one response. So coming out of COVID, like a lot of organizations, we saw a tremendous uptick in need for our services. We've been getting a lot more calls, and we actually expanded our number of therapists during COVID. And fortunately, at that time, there is significant funding available to support that expansion. Now we're looking at sustainability. So a lot of things that we're really focusing on now are looking for ways that we can creatively reduce our overhead costs and bring in more program income so that we can sustain programs like this, like our sliding fee scale. A lot of the initiatives we're looking at right now involve partnering with our sister agencies in Indianapolis, other Catholic Charities agencies within the diocese. We're looking to share costs for training, our billing software, a lot of things like that that could make a real impact on our budget here locally and help us save funds that way so we can keep these programs going. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions? Start them all right. Go ahead, Courtney.
Thank you so much for all of that information. That is really, really helpful. I know that mental health care, like across the board, has been increased need in the past several years. You mentioned you have a wait list. I know that it can be difficult for patients in general, just getting in anywhere. So my question is twofold. About how long these days would you say people stay on your wait list for? And then would this funding help shorten that wait list?
Thank you. So that's the first question is a little challenging to answer. How long is, say, the average person on our wait list? Because a lot of that depends on who that client is, what their needs are, and how that lines up with openings in our staff. Just for example, if some of our therapists really do specialize in child therapy, if there's a child on that wait list, they might be able to accept them, but an adult who is on the wait list might be there a little bit longer. I'd say right now it can range anywhere from about a week to about 2 months before we're able to get people in.
And then the second part was, would funding help make this move a little quicker, do you think? Or is this just to keep sustaining where we're at? I know I'm asking
I wouldn't anticipate, right, it's, to give a completely honest answer, I wouldn't anticipate a huge change in that, with the caveat that we did request funding specifically to help subsidize youth who are participating in our sliding scale program. And that would certainly be our intention with any funds that we received. And, so if there's the opportunity to essentially use these funds to buy out more staff time from one of our therapists who specializes in working with children, we'd absolutely take that opportunity.
Got it. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Questions to the left? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so
Thank
very
you.
much. Next, we have CJAM, Community Justice and Mediation Center. Actually, that's not CJAM, is it CJAM? Yeah, that's it. Hey!
Hi. Hi. Are you ready? I just wanted to say to everybody that I was in an accident, and the reason I'm wearing sunglasses is I have a big swollen black eye. That's really gross to look at, so sorry about it. I'm looking super cool.
Thank you for joining us, and really no worries. Go ahead.
Okay, are you ready for me to start?
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Liz Gurnett with the Community Justice and Mediation Center. Really appreciate this opportunity. The funds we're requesting will provide operational support for our landlord-tenant mediation work with the Eviction Prevention Project. That's a collaborative initiative that includes CJAM, Pro Bono Indiana, Indiana Legal Services, and Monroe County Circuit Courts 4 and 8. And this was launched at the end of 2019. The overall goal is to prevent and decrease evictions while enhancing housing stabilities for renters in Bloomington and Monroe County, especially those who are in low income and underrepresented households. The funds support free mediation services for tenants and landlords before, during, or after eviction court, project management and data collection that CJAM provides to the initiative, social service referrals, and limited court navigation. In addition, we're requesting a small amount of funding to support developing a new opportunity to use volunteers instead of having paid staff to conduct the court checkout process. And this is the last stop for tenants going through an eviction case. After their court case has been heard, they come into Zoom checkout rooms where we really check for understanding of what just happened, talked about next steps, and at that point assess what referrals they need and then provide those referrals in a follow-up email. You asked me to address several questions. I'll start with the results from our project that you helped to fund last year. We met all of our objectives. In 2023, there were 962 new eviction cases filed in Monroe County. That provided services to 608 of those cases. 500 of those tenants received social service referrals and that limited court navigation support. 451 of the cases received legal services, which is really important, and 485 cases participated in mediation. Of those mediations, 82% resulted in what we consider to be a successful mediation. Agreements were reached that allowed the tenants to either remain in their homes or agree to a voluntary move out that avoids having an eviction judgment on their record. In addition, we also last year started to track compliance to those mediated agreements that looked at the agreements that were actually made and then compared to how many were able to meet what they agreed to. And this is a really important statistic. 87.9% of those tenants were able to comply with their agreement. And we use that to tweak our services and make sure that what we're doing is having an impact. We also were able to host the first two, this was under the leadership of ILS, but hosted the first two eviction ceiling clinics here in Monroe County now that the state of Indiana allows us. This is really important for future housing options for folks going through eviction court. And then we also provided landlord-tenant mediation services to another evicted related cases outside of court. I do want to share a couple of statistics that I think are important. 36% of the families going through this eviction court are headed by single parent households with children, which I think is important. And then another kind of statistic that is important is that we do see an overrepresentation of people of color. 30% identified as non-white. That includes 20% that are African American or Black, and another 10% of multiracial American, Indian, or Asian. And then 6% also identify as Hispanic. You asked how we coordinate services with other providers in the community, and we do a lot of that. We created an intake line during COVID, and last year we promote that to all the referring agencies, township trustees, faith community, landlords, to let people know about our services. And we fielded 800 calls last year through that line. You also asked what are the critical must-haves to proceed. I really feel like we've asked for what we need to adequately support our efforts. I did outline, though, that if you had to cut the volunteer recruitment pilot monies and indirect costs could be caught. And we're also confident that we continue to look for funding. We have a fund development plan.
That's your time. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Questions? To my right.
Well, I'll just ask about the ceiling clinics.
Could you talk into the microphone?
The ceiling clinics, can you give me some more information about that?
Well, about
In
sometime, I think it
definition
was
and
at the
what it
beginning
is.
of last year, the Indiana legislature allowed, in Indiana, you could not get a record of your eviction or even your charge of an eviction sealed. And that's really important for finding future housing. So these ceiling clinics are wonderful because the two we hosted this year were at the courthouse, and lots of outreach was done within the community to tell people, hey, if you have an eviction on your record, or if you were even charged with an eviction, you can have that record completely sealed, and it will not show up when a landlord goes to check your criminal history, and that kind of a thing. So tenants can show up at the court. We have these different stations. They meet with attorneys. They go over their case. They see if it qualifies. The attorney works to fill out their paperwork. They take that, and then Judge Stafford or Judge Saltzman is available right then. The tenants go before the judge. They review the paperwork. At the end of that, the judge will either issue, yes, you qualify, and I'm issuing this order, and it's done there. The client or the tenant is then able to take those orders, file it with the state, and walk away from the courthouse. It's completely free. It takes about a half an hour of their time, and it's really important. And I'm really excited that some seed funds from you all last year helped us get that started this year.
And what was the success of that?
This year.
What was the success of that in terms of this year's start?
I'm sorry.
What was the success of that particular start?
Well, I believe we had of the people that showed up, probably I'm going to say about 75 to 80% did qualify, and they were able to get that paperwork filed. And there's some people that show up and they didn't quite qualify, but then what the attorneys do is say, here are the different things you need to do so that, you can come back and apply at a later date.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to thank you so much for your time, Liz. Thank you for being here. I hope you heal up quickly.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, next we have Community Kitchen of Monroe County, Vicki Pierce.
Hi, I'm Vicki from Community Kitchen. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and the committee's past support. We are in the beginning stages of rebuilding our Express location. We have our main location on Rogers Street and an Express location on the edge of Crestmont, in addition to mobile sites that we serve with our food truck. Those of you who are familiar with our Express location, it's at 1100 West 11th Street. It's an old drive-in barbecue restaurant, has been used for many decades prior to us ever occupying the building, and we've been in it for over 20 years. It is an old building. We're going to tear that down and rebuild it, a building that will be not quite twice the size, but a little larger than what we have now. It's like a 580 square foot building now. It'll be about 1,000 square foot when we rebuild it. Our request for funds is actually to replace the equipment inside that building, the food service equipment. A warmer, steam table, and a couple of coolers. One of the coolers in there predates me, and I've just had my 20th anniversary. So that equipment there has all either been there since before I got there or was donated by restaurants when it was already well used. We've made use of that, but it seems like in this larger project of rebuilding this location that it seems like the perfect time to replace that equipment as well. We are maximizing all of our opportunities for funding for the building. It's about a $700,000 project, all encompassing. And so that's why our request here is for a little over $18,000 to replace the equipment in that building. We are the largest provider of free meals in the community, served 325,466 meals last year. 54% of the people we served were children and another 14% were seniors. That is especially true for us when we talk about Crestmont. We don't get nearly as many children at Rogers Street as we do at Crestmont, so that's an important facility for us, and we want to stay in that area and doing the best work that we can do there for as long as we're needed. I could talk all night. You don't want that. So do you have questions for me?
To the left, questions. Go ahead.
So you have 4 items here.
Yes.
Do you have a priority? Are they listed by priority? And also, if you had to, could you refurbish or reuse any of the current items?
Yeah, so sorry I didn't answer that partial funding question. We are happy with any amount of funding. The reality is what we are not able to fund, we will work to try to roll into our larger capital campaign. But this has always been an excellent funding source for things like equipment, those one-time purchases, and so we wanted to just ask for that instead of other building things. So in terms of prioritizing those 4 pieces of equipment, I can tell you the juice cooler is the one that needs to be replaced first. It predates me. It's actually an old milk cooler, the lift the lid style chest. But yeah, in terms of that, we would do our best and find the rest of the funding somewhere else. Mm-hmm.
You do, to my right, Hopi.
Yeah, so I assume that as part of this rebuilding project, you're going to demo what's there currently. During that period where you don't have a building, how are you going to continue to serve that community is kind of part A.
Okay.
And then part B is if awarded these funds to buy these things, it's kind of like, well, how will they be used when you don't have that building there?
Okay, so we will actually not miss a day of service. We have made arrangements with Crestmont Community to be in the community building, and they're going to be open 6 days a week, so we can continue to do that. So we will literally be in one building one day and the other building the next day, and we'll do the reverse of that when we move back in. If we replace this equipment, my plan would be probably to replace it, to purchase the new equipment when we're moving into the new building, so that we use the old equipment in the Crestmont building, what we need to use there, until we're done and we're ready to move in. We move the new equipment into the new building, so we don't use it until we're ready to go. Did that answer your question?
I think so. So
Looks like maybe not.
So this new equipment would only be used after the entire new building was completed?
Yes, which honestly, that building is supposed to get started in the middle of May, and substantial completion is required to be done by mid-October.
Okay, That was my next question, is
Yeah,
what
mid-October.
your timeline was on that, so thank you.
I honestly expect it to be done before summer's over. It's a very small building and a very small site. It's like 0.14 acres and a 1,000 square foot building. So I expect it to be much faster than that.
Any other questions to the right? Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. We're going to do one more presentation, then we're going to just take a quick break so everybody can, get a drink of water or whatever else needs to happen. Courage to Change Sober Living is next.
Hi, thank you. My name is Stacy Flynn, and I'm here tonight to present to you on behalf of Courage to Change Sober Living. So for the past 4.5 years, I have served as the house manager for our women at our 2 recovery residences for that population. A little bit about us, Courage to Change was established in 2015 and starting as a small nonprofit to accommodate folks housing who are living in recovery. We've now expanded from 4 homes last year up to 5 in the fall of 2023. All are located within Bloomington city limits. And at full capacity, we're able to house a total of 39 people. So our mission essentially is to meet the needs of these underserved populations and to afford them the opportunity to build a foundation prior to independent living. And aligning with that mission, our goal is also to provide that safe housing for those who are overcoming various barriers, a lot of times including rebuilding from substance misuse disorder. We do work alongside other local agencies such as the Indiana Department of Correction, Parole District 5, Monroe County Problem Solving Courts, and Community Corrections, to name a few. And this is where we obtain residency referrals and find proper placement for folks. So to alleviate the need that we have developed rent support scholarships, which are helpful to alleviate some of those financial burdens, and also just to allow some cushion so that they may focus on stability. I've seen the long-term benefits of this unfold to allow for that future financial security as well. And this directly enhances their personal growth and expands on those life skills. So Courage to Change is requesting funding in the amount of $7,820 for a program entitled Wraparound Rental Help. This project would allow that financial assistance, which would go towards the Fresh Start rental scholarships as well as the graduation rental help scholarships. And this project would supplement move-in costs, potentially help pay for first month's deposit upon completion, and will hopefully smooth that transition to their own independent housing. One of our goals is to allow people in recovery this safe space to work towards those personal goals and freedom from addiction. Our clients do typically have to adhere to such responsibilities as finding and gaining employment. They have to attend therapy, potentially recovery-related classes, 12-step meetings. And in many cases, the people who we work with have been impacted by incarceration. So they've got various obligations in place and can add to this sense of them potentially becoming overwhelmed. We do provide housing, education, and resources to our clients throughout their stay. We continue to ensure that folks are well informed on these and provide accurate information on how to move forward with those next steps. And I personally have witnessed how these financial stressors can affect a person's ability to concentrate on what they should prioritize, which is staying clean and/or sober. As the house manager and also a graduate of this program, I've also seen the positive outcomes that sometimes began with being afforded that additional time necessary to learn how to budget, to work towards money management. And I've also received constructive feedback from clients who expressed gratitude in having been offered those financial resources throughout our program. This funding will absolutely help in supporting those people who are maintaining long-term sobriety, which has lasting benefits not only for the individual, but for the community as a whole. And in closing, to answer some questions about critical or must-have funding items to proceed. Without the funding being available, we would not be able to support those folks and likely wouldn't be able to award as many or any people with that type of assistance, leaning more heavily on township trustees and other community resources in our area. And with that, I would like to greatly appreciate you all for the opportunity tonight and being here. And thank you for listening to my proposal this evening.
Thank you so much for your time. To the right, any questions? I see none. To the left, any questions? I see none. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you again. Okay, we're going to take just a 5-minute break, get water, stretch your legs, and we'll start right back up at 7:35. Thank you. Come on back, y'all. Where did they go? Where did they even go? Last call. Boarding now. Flight to midnight. Okay, next we're going to have Cry of the Children. And thank you all so much for your patience.
Good evening. I am Cry of the Children's representative now. I'm the director. And our mission is to feed the homeless community that we do, second Saturday in November every year, and to reach out to their personal needs, like sometimes our clients come and they need a place to stay, we provide that, and then housing and clothing and donating to the shelters here in town. Also working with the youth in the community with reading help, step team, choir, geography, reading, and our jump rope program. And we also have a program for self-esteem, and the question we always ask our children, who am I? And so, let me see how I can do this. I've been in the community all my life. I started this program about 15 years ago, and the way I survive here in the community is through people just, when they hear about the program, they bring the items that we need. And so the money that I'm asking for this year is to hopefully supplement that so I can release some of that. You know, like for the turkeys, all the food, and the table settings, and I can't think of what else right now. But the unique thing about our food program, even though it's only done once a year, is how we reach out and how we collect our young people or our families to come. We ride, my husband and I, we ride through the community. As you remember, several years ago, most of the homeless hung out at the library. So I would go down to the library and speak to them and advertise for them, and we would get those clients in because it was important that those were the ones that we were focused on, the homeless. And so when we put our flyer out, I refused to put feeding the homeless. And so that's how we survived there. And then also, another unique thing I think is my program, when my clients come, they are surprised that the first thing they do, they see the table and of food, you know, that we serve and everything, but we serve them personally. We ask them to have a seat, and we provide the meal for them. And I believe that my program does more for my volunteers than it does for the people that we serve. And some of the people that we serve, we have seen them reach out in the community. They have received jobs. They also come back and help us in that commitment. And then with our reading program, I had started out about 10 years ago with a step team at North. And we, my husband coaches, and so we started stepping at halftime, and we had 6 girls. And we would do this program, and then as I work with these young people, I find out how things are going in the classroom. And the reports that came back from Indiana Youth Institute when they looked at the program, that the young people that I reach out to are low income, they're from extended families, and then the teachers are able to give them information that, wow, these are the things to change. Their hygiene, their attendance, and the thoughts that they have about themselves and self-esteem has grown. And in reference to that, those 6 girls that I was working with back in the day, one works for the government, one has her own program, one has her own psychology program, and then 2 of them work in the school system. And then also I have some young people that are physical therapists and doctors and teachers and principals. And so more about the organization. It just does something for the kids to come every second and Saturday. And to build their self-esteem. And the way the program really works and how I collect my kids is when I see a child, I think it was, I can't remember which judge I had to sit in court for, a young person, and he asked me, why do you ask them, what do you do? Well, you know, the program is based on helping the young people. So if I say this is what I do, this is what I can give you, I need to know what they need. And so that's how we do the program. Say, a young lady asked, her mother asked her one day, said, did you tell Miss Body you played the violin? She said, no. So she played the violin. And then there was a community effort in the, I think at one of the churches, and they needed some young people, and she came with her violin, and come to find out that when she was playing the violin, she finished, she said, I wrote this on song. But it's about having youth to become and find themselves. And so I'm not sure I'm on the right track, but I mean, with you guys, but I'm on the right track. And
That's your time. Thank you so
yeah,
much.
oh, great. I'm glad. Yes, okay.
Questions to the right? Questions to the left? Go ahead, Andy.
So I just noticed that the itemized cost doesn't add up to the total requested. And if you could do a Thanksgiving meal for $150, that's a miracle. That's like,
Yes, it is. And you want to know why? Because like I said, so those turkeys, if I bought 6 turkeys, I could do that with that money. The other stuff comes in from other people when they find out what I have. They bring in all the other items. That's how I do that.
The typo on our packet is 1,515 is the request, yeah.
Yes, sir.
all right.
Courtney, then Hopi.
Hi, thank you so much for telling us about your organization. Can you just tell me about what is the age range of the youth that you work with?
I have worked with from elementary up to high school. And the way that worked when I first began, I was working, like I said, the high school step team was there. And then we had a middle school step team. And then we had a nice bus driver that found out that the kids didn't have transportation to Fairview, where Mrs. Raybolt let us in. So she offered to bring the high school kids down, the middle school kids down, all the way to Fairview. And so what came out of that, we had Spanish programs, we had reading, we had dancing, and that's where it comes from.
Fantastic. Thank you.
The majority of the finances that you're asking for are going to the backpack and supply fund. Can you tell me a little bit about, like, does each kid get a backpack? Like, do they get a backpack every year?
I didn't understand what you said.
The majority of the money on your budget sheet that you're asking for is going to go to backpacks and supplies. And I just want to learn a little bit more about that backpack. So, like, does every child get a backpack? What kind of supplies do they get in the backpack? And I'm just thinking about the service.
I'm only looking at 40 backpacks that might cost $15, okay? And then all the supplies that will be going in there will be the pencils, crayons, markers, glue, notebook, and folders. And these backpacks will be given out to our children in the program and also one of the schools that we try to partner with.
Okay, thank you.
Question. This is your first time asking for funds, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why so?
Because when I was out one day, I was looking for a space. We don't have a space right now. We house at Crestmont every second and fourth Saturday. And so I came down here in this building, and I met a young lady, and she told me about the grant. And so I filled it out.
Oh, awesome.
And
awesome.
matter of fact, is he the lawyer? Okay. I came to that meeting, and this was the first time I didn't see. I usually get the information. I didn't get it this year, but by coming in here to talk to them, to tell them some things I needed, that's how I got the information.
Thank you once again for your time, Ms.
Okay,
Bodie.
thank you for yours.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next, we have dental care action.
Greetings. Thank you for your time. I'm Dr. Sarah Robinson. I'm not a dentist. Board member of the Dental Care Action and a volunteer co-manager of the Associated Dental Care Center. Dental Care Action's mission has been to provide Medicaid and low and no income members of the Bloomington community with dental care for over 40 years. I want to thank the City Council for the funding last year that helped us to provide dental care for over 50 homeless shelter guests and others with no funds for dental work. We receive calls daily from our patients who can't find a dentist that takes Medicaid. I believe we are the only dental center consistently open in Bloomington and nearby communities that primarily takes Medicaid, and the few dentists willing to take some patients continues to decrease. Due to demand, we are adding another part-time dentist. Our board members have placed essential structures and practices within our dental care center to better serve vulnerable populations and save costs. We work closely with shelters and elderly facilities, and we manage costs through our own in-house dental lab, and beginning this year, 2 volunteers now manage the dental clinic, along with our front desk employee. However, looking to the future, we find ourselves with little means to replace our aging computer systems before it fails, and an equipment item. The funds that we seek in the amount of $17,995.99 are for an air and water separator and for computer equipment. The air and water separator is needed to prevent expensive future equipment failure, and it helps with air quality. Without it, we've already once experienced equipment failure that was repairable in our treatment rooms, but the next failure could be more expensive. Our center would cover the cost of installing the air and water separator. The technology request involves the replacement of the server and 7 aging computers and 4 monitors, and funds for their installation from our tech person. Our 12-year-old computers are at risk of failure. Sometimes they freeze, and they also can't be updated to Windows 11. With current computers, we may not be able to use our Dentrix software in about a year's time to take x-rays and for office management, nor can we install Windows 11 to better protect us from cybersecurity risks to patient data. Research suggests a 3-time increase in cybersecurity threat from 2020 to 2021 to medical communities specifically. For the first component, the air and water separator, we will cover the labor costs ourselves. For the technology part, both the computers and labor components are needed together for the project to proceed. The computers we are requesting to be replaced are at least 12 years old, except for one that is 5 years old. We could wait a year for that one computer, and we could wait some time to replace the monitors, though 3 of them are showing signs of failure. Long-term benefits to the community are a local dental center that provides dental care access to our most vulnerable population. Having spent a good amount of time in this office, I came to recognize how much patients rely on our center and its ease of access. Because many patients rely heavily on others for transportation, our location means less missed work for family members who take care of their elderly parents and handicapped children, and access for the conditionally homeless or those without reliable transportation. Accessing a dental center that is 1 or 2 hours away would otherwise lead to many not seeking care, and subsequently, they may suffer further health problems with untreated dental work. We feel that good dental care is key to mental, social, and employment aspects that affect the overall well-being of individuals. Untreated dental conditions can be life and health-threatening, and left untreated lends to more costly remedies.
That is your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Questions to my left? Questions to the right?
What information is gathered that would be at risk for such a program?
Pardon?
What information is gathered that would be at risk for such a program?
Are you referring to the cybersecurity threat?
Oh, yes, yes. So when there's Windows 10 instead of Windows 11 is much more secure with the data. And there's actually been this year a recent cyber security breach where providers dealing with insurance have been held at ransom. And our facility has, on a smaller scale, experienced that. And so basically for a while, for those specific insurances, we were not receiving any funds because the company that serviced those insurances was breached. Their data was breached, and they withheld any funding for that temporarily.
Thank you. I had a quick question, Dr.
Yes.
Robertson. Have we engaged with places like the university, et cetera, seeking donations of physical systems like computers, licenses for Microsoft, those type of things that are budgeted here? Have you tried to get anybody to donate those?
Our primary software is dental specific, and it's called Dentrix. And so that's what we primarily need to be able to take any x-rays and such. And we could, if we didn't have funding for the monitors, which are also failing, I do think that's a good resource to ask.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next group, we have Exodus Refugee.
Hey, can everyone hear me?
Almost. Try again.
Can you hear me?
We can, but it's a little muffled.
Let me turn off my video.
Oh, that was better.
Is this-
Before.
Is this better?
Yeah, I mean, it was better before you turned it off. It somehow came back, so.
Okay. Thumbs up, we're okay?
We're okay.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Erin. I am the Resettlement Director for Exodus Refugee here in Bloomington. We are asking for $30,000 to support our emergency assistance program. If you don't know, we are the refugee resettlement agency in town. We opened about 2 years ago. And in our short time here in Bloomington, we have welcomed over 350 refugees from over 17 different countries, speaking over 20 different languages. Our office essentially subcontracts with the State Department to ensure that welcoming refugees here in Bloomington have everything they need to start their lives over. And if you can imagine, there's a lot of barriers to starting your life over, and there's a lot of money that goes into that. Excuse me, something to remember, right? The community impact of our clients is that they're not just people that need help, but they're incredibly hardworking, dedicated members of our community. They're going to IU, they work with us, their children go to school with our children. And a really awesome study just came out from the Department of Health and Human Services that shows that there's $124 billion net fiscal positive on our U.S. economy by supporting refugees in our country. So what we are asking for is money to help address barriers that refugees experience when they come. We're given about $1,300 per person for 3 months to get them started. If you can imagine, if I told you today to go find a house for your family stocked with food and furniture, and I give you about a week to do that with $1,300 to pay for rent for 3 months, I imagine most people in the room would have a hard time doing so. And a lot of people that we welcome are some of the most vulnerable people in the world, as the United States welcomes the most vulnerable refugees. So these are people with very serious medical concerns, people who are being targeted in camps, people who are survivors of violence and torture. And so a lot of people are coming with medical needs that need addressed. Maybe they've never been to school. And so when we're able to sort of meet people where they're at, maybe pay for rent a little bit longer, help provide and address medical needs that come up. You know, for example, we get a lot of people I remember welcoming a person in Indianapolis once, a mom who was carrying her kiddo. He was 8 with spina bifida his entire life. And when he arrived, he was in the hospital for several months, likely would have died if he never got to America and received the medical care. She was a single mom, so she needed a lot of additional financial support until she could get to that point where she was supporting herself. And so our emergency assistance program targets the specialized needs for each family that we're working with. So the program itself is a critical program to have. Without our program, we aren't able to help people a little bit longer to make that transition a little bit easier for them. This is a permanent ongoing program that we have at our agency that is funded by a variety of places, our federal grants, local grants, state grants, and individual donations that we ask for. So we continue this program the best that we can with the funding that we have. Obviously, for everyone here, the more funding that we have, the more that we can do, and the easier that transition can be for families starting over here in Bloomington. The expenses generally are housing related that we find. So we get a very little notice when a family is arriving. It's under 2 weeks. And so finding affordable housing is difficult. So they often end up in Homewood Suites. Actually, they're a great partner with us, but they're a hotel and they cost a lot of money. And so a lot of our housing costs go into temporary housing. Remember, this is keeping people off the streets, out of places like Beacon. And so that's where a lot of money ends up, but we also do food assistance and medical assistance. And then the final question you had is whether or not this helps secure additional funding. A big part of our grant is a matching grant, and showing that we're matching funds in the community helps us to keep getting that grant that also supports critical self-sufficiency services at our agency. And with that, I will leave it. If you have other questions.
Thank you so much. Just a clarifying question. Have you already secured the grant? Is it pending the matching funds, or is it that once you get this, should you get this money, that would allow you to apply for that grant?
We secure the grant every year based off of being able to secure matching funds every year. So we are actively trying to match funds for the money that we received this year.
Okay, and how much is that grant?
Oh, that's a good question. It depends on the number of people that we get through the grant.
Okay.
And so it's a 2-for-1. So for every $2, we need to raise 1.
Okay.
And so I think last year we had to match about $60,000, either through direct grants, grants like this, individual donations, or in-kind donations as well.
Thank you so much. Questions to my right? Questions to my left? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you all.
Next, we have Girls Inc. of Monroe County. I'm trying to keep the energy high. Come on, woo! Yeah, you're right. Retrospect. Go ahead.
It's fun. Hi, everybody. My name is Sophia Balchus. I am the new Fund Development Assistant for Girls Inc. of Monroe County. Our mission is to inspire girls in Bloomington to be smart, strong, and bold through in-center and Monroe Public School programming. And we are coming up on our 50th year anniversary. We have asked for funding for our Her Health initiative. This concept was developed post-2020 with our menstrual health programming, when we fundraised for hygiene products, period pouches, and our Aunt Flo dispensers all around Bloomington. We combine, but for this specific expansion, we're combining our national organization's programming with the requests of the girls and our families we support to meet the needs of our community for young girls' health. We're looking to pilot this program with our summer camp that has 105 girls aged 6 through 12 before moving into 4th grade classrooms all around Bloomington and public schools in the fall. This program, there's a couple of elements. There's workshops, field trips, guest speakers, and discussions. And the 3 or 4 main areas that we want to focus on are body image, building confidence in our bodies and appreciating the diversity of bodies around them, physical activity, providing opportunities to discover sports and exercise that bring joy and align with their lifestyles and schedules. Our most requested ones are pickleball and step. Nutrition, educating our girls on healthy eating habits and reduce food being seen as bad or other disordered eating habits young. And stress management, equipping our girls to protect their mental well-being, as well as continuing our menstrual health and puberty education for our women. The critical or must-have program elements for the Her Health Initiative, we would use partial funding to cover our summer camp health programming, to discover what sections and programs most resonate with our girls. We would prioritize this pilot to solidify our curriculum and focus our attention most on the lessons around nutrition and body image. While our staff already cover these topics with the girls on a need-to-know basis or need basis, we're looking to be more proactive and professional with our training and programming. Her Health Initiative was asked for more and more following the pandemic, and we want to make sure we're doing this right for the girls in our community. Additionally, the initiative emphasizes community collaboration and long-term support networks to ensure sustained impact through the initial program implementation phase. According to SCAN 2020, in quotes, access to appropriate health services and promoting healthy habits in youth and teens is critical in preventing chronic health conditions. Through concentrated, through concentrated effort, through education, resources, and support, Her Health aims to empower girls to adopt healthy, long lifestyle habits related to overall wellness, ultimately contributing to improved physical and mental health outcomes in the Bloomington community. Some long-term impacts and benefits in the community would include improved academic performance. Research suggests that physical health and well-being are closely linked to academic achievement. We hope to reduce tardy and absenteeism, enhancing concentration and fostering a conducive learning environment in center and public schools. We want to reduce risk of chronic health conditions, be positive peer influences. By promoting a culture of health and well-being among peers, the initiative may contribute to the creation of supportive social networks that reinforce healthy behaviors and attitudes over time, and enhance coping skills. Girls will engage in regular practice of self-regulating techniques such as meditation, visualization, visualization. If only I could visualize that word. Gratitude exercises, I'm thankful I got there, journaling, fostering positive thoughts, and utilizing creativity to maintain a hopeful state of mind. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you. Questions to the right? Questions to the left? All right, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Next, we have Hotels for Hope. Oh.
Hello. Oh.
Do we? I'm sorry. I've jumped. In the excitement, it's actually Hoosier Hills Food Bank first, and then Hotels for Hope. Sorry about that. Take it away, Julio.
Hello. I'm Julio Alonso, Executive Director of Hoosier Hills Food Bank, and absolutely appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight and the past support of the Jack Hopkins Committee. We are an organization that works with about 40 partner agencies and supply them with food, as well as operating our own direct service programs to distribute about 2 million pounds of food in the city of Bloomington. Part of our mission and one of our primary goals is to rescue as much food as possible that might otherwise be wasted and redirect it to those who need it. Unfortunately, donated food has never fully met the need in the 40 some odd years that we've been operating, and either in quantity or variety of food. So we also have to purchase food to supplement those donations. And the need to purchase more food has been acutely more important since the start of the pandemic, when our numbers started to rise significantly, and unfortunately has been maintained as inflation took over from the pandemic as a primary driver of long lines at the food pantries and kitchens and shelters that we work with. We did a survey of our partner agencies back in February. It's our most recent one. And at that time, half of our agencies indicated that they're still seeing increases in the number of clients that they're serving. And about a third reported that they were not getting enough food from us to meet that need. In terms of your question, truthfully, we could use 3 to 4 times the amount of money that we requested. But we will definitely be grateful for any amount of funding that you can provide. And essentially, it comes down to the more funding we have, the more food we can purchase. The less funding, the less food we can purchase. So we will combine these funds with any other sources of funds to maximize our purchasing power and get as much food into the community and out to the community as we possibly can. That is essentially what we do and what we're looking for in a nutshell, but I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Julio. Questions to the left? Questions to the right? Do you receive any discounts when you're purchasing food? I guess that's the question.
Sure. So we purchase from a variety of sources. One of our best fresh produce providers is Fresh Connect Central, which is an offshoot of Gleaner's Food Bank of Indiana in Indianapolis. And they're actually securing a lot of food donated from regional suppliers, and we're able to access and purchase that food at essentially a value-added processing fee, as opposed to a retail or wholesale cost. And then we also have a partnership with Feeding America, the national food bank network, that has secured through their grocery purchasing portal better prices for food banks from national suppliers. So the answer is yes. We typically don't buy retail because it's simply too expensive, and the bulk that we're able to buy in allows us to get a little bit better pricing.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now ready for Hotels for Hope. I'm sorry for the false start.
We'll try this again. I appreciate you guys. And shout out to everyone in this. It's just an honor to be in the same room as all of you guys. You have all done amazing. So I'm going to try to answer these questions that you guys asked in the email, and then I'll answer any of the questions. You asked how many nights this would cover. I'm not able to do an exact number because the rooms are different for 1 bed and 2 bed. But if we were to do half the rooms for 2 beds and half the rooms with 1 bed, meaning like half of our clients are families with 3 or more, and the other half are, individuals or a family of just 2, then we would be able to use the funds to cover 352 nights. Anything different than that would just vary by a few different nights. The relationship between H4H and Best Value Inn is a strong and loyal relationship based on years of trust and a mutual interest in helping those most in need in our community. We are able to call them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to put families and individuals into safe hotel rooms. When needed, they have given us a credit to give us time to raise funds instead of kicking our clients out due to the lack of ability to pay during emergency situations. We've also been able to pay ahead of time for rooms that we know that we'll need. They rarely charge us damage fees. They do not charge us a damage deposit. They accept clients from us who would otherwise not be able to rent any other hotel rooms in town due to circumstances including absence of identification, and even to those who are on the do not rent to list from past mistakes. We can go from not renting a single room for a week to renting all 50 rooms of the hotel on a given night. They hold rooms for us, and they give us serious discounts during events such as football games, graduation weekend. So our loyalty lies with them. That's our relationship. I'm not sure what the housing network point in time counts are, but I'm happy to learn and participate if that's important to you guys. We have participated in the coordinated entry meetings before, and it has helped some of our clients get into great programs like emergency housing vouchers and rapid rehousing. Big fan of what they do. And we recently got invited to join the Regional Planning Council and are looking forward to it. So no, we haven't done that before, but it sounds like we're in now. How we coordinate with other social service providers. We make references to other social service agencies, and we take references from or take referrals. Because we are such a low barrier service, as long as we have or can find the funding, we take all referrals that qualify for our services, meaning that they are in need of shelter and not eligible for any other shelter. For example, our last 3 clients I thought would just be the easiest way to explain how we work with other people. One was from Friends Place Shelter for a transgender woman who they were not able to provide shelter for due to being at capacity. The other one was a Bloomington Hospital emergency room referral who had made a police report to the BPD. She was a rape victim needing shelter to recover from her assault, and there were no other shelter options. And then the other one was a DCS referral who was a family with 2 small children. New Hope was able to provide a few nights at a hotel for them. And then the family was able to pay for a few nights for themselves. And then we were able to bridge that gap for a few days so the family wouldn't have to be separated by DCS until they were able to get into the New Hope family shelter, which is where they are now. So those are just the last 3 that we've had. I don't know how much more detail about referrals I should go into, but we have provided shelter and services from other local service agencies, including BPD, DCS, Ireland Home-Based Services, South Central Community Action Program, Stride Center, New Leaf New Life, Youth Service Bureau, Indiana Recovery Alliance, Friends Place Shelter, Middleway Shelter, our Middleway House, Pantry 279, Community Kitchen, Shalom Center, local churches, Centerstone, and many more. We also make referrals to all other local shelters, and we refer our clients to all the other service agencies in town. I mean, I could probably list 50. Just anyone that, could help our clients, we'll refer to. I think that's about it.
Thank
that
you
answers it
so
all. I'm not sure.
much. Questions to my right? Questions to the left? No questions. Thank you so very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We have Indiana Recovery Alliance. Take your time. Take your time.
You ready? Okay. My name is Nick Voiles. I'm the executive director of the Indiana Recovery Alliance. We serve people who have substance use issues in our county and in our state. We are literally on the front lines of this problem. We see what's ranging from chaotic use to people in full recovery every single day. We are open 365. We haven't closed for the 5 years I've been there. What we're asking for is for help with one of the areas that we've noticed that there's absolutely no fill for, which is for harm reduction, case management. What we've noticed is there's a lot of people to make referrals to. There's a lot of people to send people to other places, but some people are not ready for that and they need help getting there. They need time to talk to you. They need time to reach that person. They're not ready to sit there and then be handed off to somebody else. So they trust us. So we walk through this entire process with them. That means someone sitting there who might want treatment but is so scared that they aren't willing to go unless you take them there. That might take a whole day. This is time that these people, and we feel these people are worth it. We feel that every single human is worth that piece. And so that's what this funding is for in a nutshell. You had a couple questions for me that I want to address. It asked about must-have needs, the funding. We have everything else pretty much. I wish I could say that this or that would be one thing, but it's the funding for the people to do the work. These people take training. It's not, compassion sometimes is easy. The whole nut and shell, like teaching people what HIPAA compliance is having confidentiality. It takes training to get people ready to do this. It also takes referral training from other organizations to understand how to work with these other organizations and what the city and the county provides. It said, do you have a plan to secure funding for this expense? We do have plans. We have 2 or 3 grants that we usually get that we're pretty well suited for. And we have always been able to fund every position we've gotten for this. Each position we've gotten from Jack Hopkins has gone on to a dedicated position at our place every time. So I just want to say that the funding is always well placed with us. We make sure that we're having people that have upward mobility in our establishment since I've been here, and that stay with us. We feel like that's the best way. You have to garner trust with people in a community, especially with people who are using substances, and the only way you can do that is by being there every day, by walking through things that no one else will walk through them for, and that's what we do. You said confirm the hourly rate. We start $20, everybody. If we get secure funding, we'll pay more. We're looking into that right now. We've just started to grow to a place where we're looking for benefits. So we weren't able to do this financially. So on our horizon, as you know, we just are starting with the process of getting a building. We're looking into funding for 401k, medical, and what's it, 401 health insurance, and dental, or some other, whatever benefits we can provide, you know. Unfortunately, we have never been able to do this before, so we're looking into this, and we're not 100% sure this is a new area for our organization, but we're dedicated to it. I feel the people that work with me are some of the finest human beings in our city, and I just want to make it to provide for them the best that I can. And that's pretty much in a nutshell. I can tell you all what we do. You all know us. You know what we are. I do just want to reiterate the fact, like every time, you guys, that we've gotten this partnered, we've kept these people. That's a huge thing for us. We've had people now with us for 3 and 4 years that are in our community doing the work every day. And I'll take any questions you guys have.
Thank you so much. To the left, questions? To the right? Thank you. Could just tell us about how you collaborate with other organizations, particularly in the continuum of care?
Nothing in this town. Connection is the cure. It's as simply put as that. We do nothing without the referrals from other people and us referring to other places. From Middle Way House, Hotels for Homeless, Beacon, everybody. This community is one of the I speak nationally places, and I'm telling you, this is one of the finest communities I've ever seen as far as collaboration. Like, we are definitely iconic in that way. We don't have infighting. We don't banter to each other's funding. Like, it's really significant that this community works in the way that it does. You know, especially like with our collaboration with the health department, through just helping startup companies get their foot in the ground. You know, it's really one of the situations that like is amazing. We collaborate in just about everything from Pantry 279 to getting food, to extremely hot handoffs to any other organization that anybody with substance use issues might have. Substance use issues intersect just about every section of our society, from being the most prominent lawyer to being unhoused and looking for somewhere to stay for the night. We provide that in any scope of the referrals that we can.
And then in terms of the unhoused population that you deal with, are you participating in the Heading Home Plan, PIT counts, all those things as well?
We're actually, not only we now have a while back, we looked at the kind of the scheme of the place, and we realized that there were outreach services, this is a little bit before the pandemic, that weren't getting addressed. We have 2 outreach workers that are literally dedicated to going to unhoused people in Bloomington, Indiana. We're part of the program. And more we're addressing every day. Just recently, we have a cleanup that we have to do at some of the camps that, you know, we tend to things that people don't want to look at, you know, they don't want to see. So we provide that. I think a lot of this is dedicated outreach to those people in our communities. But yes, we are part of it. Yeah, we applaud the plan and are fully part of it, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Moving on, we have Middle Way House.
Alrighty, hello and good evening. My name is Chloe Timmons, and I am the grants manager here at Middle Way House. As I'm sure most of you know, Middle Way House is a nonprofit local to here in Bloomington, dedicated to supporting all survivors of domestic violence, sexual violence, and human trafficking. We are seeking to end violence in the lives of all people through community education, by outreach and prevention efforts. Our clients are at the center of all that we do. We want to make sure that people are receiving comprehensive, trauma-informed care that is sensitive to their self-identified needs and their desired courses of action. Middle Way House is home to the New Wings Emergency Shelter. This is where survivors in our community who are fleeing domestic violence, sexual violence, or human trafficking may come to seek safety. The goal of our shelter program is to allow survivors to return to our community with an enhanced feeling of safety, secure housing, a deeper knowledge of our community resources, and a life free from interpersonal violence. The shelter features 28 beds for survivors and their dependent children. This can be more, just dependent on what our needs and our capacity are at that time. We're currently unable to allow survivors a way to lock their rooms when they are not in them. And so because of this, we are requesting Jack Hopkins funding to be able to install 12 keypad entry locks with manual key overrides on our shelter room doors. This project would be a one-time investment, aside from any repairs and maintenance that might pop up. And we may leverage in-kind cash donations if partial funding is awarded. These entry locks are critical for us to increase feelings of safety within our shelter. So we see so many individuals who are coming through our doors who are scared for their physical well-being and their mental safety. And we believe that these locks will kind of create this physical manifestation that survivors are safe within our building and within their rooms. So by creating a safer space for our community members, we hope to reduce the rate of community members who return to violent or unsafe households and situations. And again, just increase survivor awareness of the resources we have here in Bloomington and at Middle Way House to ensure that we keep them safe and secure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To the left, questions. To the right.
This is a new initiative, right, for the keypad locks, and it's specifically for the rooms that are used by the residents?
Yes, correct. So I do believe we have locks on our rooms in the shelter. However, residents are not given a way to lock them. So we have lockers available for any valuables that survivors may bring with them when they come to shelter. Survivors are also able to keep important medications in lockers or locked downstairs with staff members. But for anything in the room like clothing, toys that their children may have, we don't have a way to keep those secure. So these keypad locks would assign individual codes to resident survivors. We would change those every time somebody left and someone new came in. And again, we would also have physical keys in case our staff members needed to enter rooms for any emergencies.
So was there any other security measures that was in place of that prior?
So our building has several security measures. We have a set of metal gates in the front that can be shut at any time, shut and locked. And then to enter our building, we require individuals to buzz in and let us know why they're here. All staff members carry a key fob, and they also have codes to enter into the doors. And then to enter into our shelter space, individuals have to have gone through background checks. There's a second set of keypad entries just into our shelter space where our shelter staff work out of. And then from there, you are able to access the shelter. So there are several security measures on the ground floor, but as far as that individual privacy goes, we don't have those measures at that time upstairs.
Okay, so it's individual focus of safety being in the building.
Yes, so we're hoping to just kind of increase that overall general security within the building by allowing survivors to know that their belongings are safe in their bedrooms when they are away at work, when they're tending to their personal lives.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hopi?
You mentioned just barely that if partial funds were awarded, you could leverage in-kind donations. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, so this project would be facilitated by our facilities manager here, who kind of operates all of these capital improvement projects. And she has a certain budget set aside at the beginning of the fiscal year. And so if partial funding was awarded, we could draw funds out of the budget that she had created at the beginning of the year with our fiscal manager. Or we could take a look at those kind of general floating funds that we have made available by our in-kind donations that our development director coordinates.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time, Chloe, and everything you do. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Monroe County Humane Association. Hello.
Can you hear me okay? Yes, we can. Great. Good evening. My name is Andrew Krebs, and I'm honored to serve as the Executive Director of Monroe County Humane Association, known to many in the community just as MCHA. First, I want to express my gratitude to the City Council, members of this committee, council staff, and the City Administration for your continued commitment to the Jack Hopkins program. Your support empowers numerous organizations to make a significant and enduring difference in our community. Today, I'm here to seek your support for MCHA's grant request, which will impact the lives of our community's most vulnerable families and their pets. MCHA has been an important part of this community since 1956, and the scope of our work has evolved over the decades. Today, our mission encompasses a comprehensive approach to animal welfare that focuses on keeping families together, distinguishing MCHA from the other fantastic animal groups in Monroe County. Over the last 7 years, it has become overwhelmingly clear that providing veterinary services is a critical priority and need in our community. The MCHA Veterinary Clinic is now an essential part of our mission, in helping to ensure that no family has to choose between their own well-being and the health of their pet. This year, MCHA anticipates serving at least 3,000 cats and dogs over the span of 9,000 office visits. Of these, 2,300 cats and dogs and nearly 5,000 of those office visits will receive subsidized care. For this grant request, we focus on Bloomington residents, which make up 65% of these subsidized families, or about 1,499 cats and dogs. Our grant request can be understood in two ways depending on the scope of the funding. For broader support, it equates to approximately $7 per pet for the 1,499 subsidized Bloomington cats and dogs. Alternatively, the grant supports a full subsidy for 175 Bloomington cats and dogs at approximately $60 per pet. We can submit reimbursements of actual costs for either approach the committee would prefer. To put this in perspective, our total subsidy program costs MCHA around $115,000 each year to provide to the citizens of Monroe County. Qualifying for our subsidized care is straightforward. Typically, receiving any form of government assistance makes you eligible. In some cases where individuals need a little more support, we have assistance funds to further lower the expense. For those experiencing homelessness or in transitional housing, our street outreach program offers free veterinary care. The rising costs of veterinary care and a nationwide shortage of veterinarians mean that even families with resources have limited options. For our subsidized clients, most living at or below the federal poverty line have no alternatives. Overwhelmingly, these lower income families include pets with older or homebound owners, pets whose owners are temporarily unemployed or underemployed, and pets from marginalized communities. Financial situations can change suddenly, leaving families facing heartbreaking decisions about their pet's health due to financial constraints. Without MCHA's assistance, these families would just simply have no other option. When families feel they have no option, surrendering their pet often becomes the ultimate decision to ensure their pet doesn't suffer further. This further burdens our shelter, which is already bursting at the seams. By providing accessible care, MCHA not only promotes health and prevents zoonotic diseases, but it keeps families and animals together where they belong. After a small amount of investigative work on social media, I noticed that most, and maybe all, of you have pets that hold a special place in your families. You join 70% of Hoosiers. This common bond we share underscores the importance of the services we provide, not just for those who can afford it. Before I conclude, I want to acknowledge a truth many of us here share. When faced with providing our beloved pets with the care they need or taking care of ourselves, many of us would choose our pets' needs first. I witness this dilemma every single day. The committee also asked an additional question about our work with Pets Alive. We are proud to work with the other animal welfare organizations in our community. Our spay and neuter voucher program funds half of the surgery costs at Pets Alive. Last year, we distributed 184 vouchers, about $5,500 in value. In conclusion, I urge you to join us as partners in our mission to ensure that no pet or family suffers needlessly. Thank you for considering our request. I'm happy to answer any questions now or later.
Thank you so much. Questions to the right? None. No one wants to talk about their animals or you to the left. I'm reminded of the cybersecurity thing. I need to go and clean up my social media. No.
Some of you are a little better at hiding it than others.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
Thank you. Have a great night.
All right. Next, we have Monroe County United Ministries.
Hi there. My name, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. So my name is Katie Broadfoot. I am the Executive Director of Monroe County United Ministries, also known as MACM. We are celebrating our 85th year of serving Monroe County residents this year, and we provide high quality, affordable early learning and promote economic mobility for families. It's the bulk of what we do. Our funding request stemmed from our strategic planning process, which we undergo about every 3 years. And one of our primary goals this year is to intentionally integrate our Compass Early Learning Center and Self-Sufficiency Center programs. We know that high quality early childhood education programs like our Compass Early Learning Center has a return on investment of up to $7 for every $1 invested. But we also know that if a caregiver is tight on resources, it can create a stressful and sometimes even unstable environment at home, potentially undoing some of that great work that we've done with their kids while they're in our care all day. So our programs are being coupled together in order to maximize positive and long-term outcomes for children, caregivers, and the family unit as a whole. So in order to make this integration happen, we would be so grateful for Jack Hopkins funding. We've asked for $50,000 towards a renovation project just shy of $400,000 this year. The project will significantly increase our capacity to provide economic mobility services to an ultimate goal of 40 more families every year. We expect to hire anywhere between 1 and 3 additional self-sufficiency coaches, an HR specialist, and a communications director in the next 2 years, and we'll need private office spaces for all of them, as well as a small conference room to have some of these coaching meetings. With our focus honing in on our distinctive whole family approach, we believe we can provide better wraparound services for families that ensure that children continue to have their needs met during the day and are also making age-appropriate developmental progress, ultimately working towards the goal of kindergarten readiness. Meanwhile, their caregivers are able, over the course of an average of 4 years while their children are with us, to sustainably meet their basic needs, to build an emergency savings cushion, and work towards, if not actually obtain during this time, an asset in their name. If we're successful, when a family graduates, our ultimate goal for them is that they won't require any social service supports from us or from other agencies locally. We got several quotes prior to applying for this funding, and this is something that we consider to be a single indivisible project, so every dollar is critical. And I know that $50,000 is a huge ask. I've been listening to these presentations from the very beginning tonight, and I know that there are many worthy projects and that there's a limited amount of funding. we will absolutely proceed with partial funding, and we would make up the gap through fundraising. We're actually quite close, and one of the questions was when we would know about additional sources of funding. I'm hoping to avoid having a large-scale capital campaign because I'd like to keep this project on a relatively quick turnaround. I've received soft commitments since the grant was submitted for $191,000 in Lilly funds and $40,000 from CDBG physical improvements, but I'm still waiting on the contracts and final paperwork to be able to solidify, yes, we've been awarded. We have an outstanding application out right now for the balance, and we're expecting to hear back midsummer. I am so excited about all of the work that MACM has ahead of us, and I really hope that your committee will join us in making it happen. So I'm happy to entertain any additional questions that you have, and thank you so much for your time and for you being here tonight as well.
Thank you. Questions to the right. Hopi.
You mentioned in your application, first of all, thank you for being here, that there was a United Way matching fund that was pending. Is this Jack Hopkins grant request in any way connected with that matching fund? Do you know what I mean? Like, is the Jack Hopkins going to be a match for that?
So technically, yes. Our understanding is that if we receive that matched opportunity, that any other grants would be considered funds raised as long as it's separate from that pot of money, which would stretch Jack Hopkins funds even further.
So in terms of that $191,000 of pending, so do you need to match another 191 to that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
To the left, any questions? Anybody else? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Okay. Next, we have my sister's closet. No, I'm sorry. I cannot read. Mother Hubbard's cupboard.
We got there. Hi, good evening. My dog might bark and my kid might scream and I might cough, and we're going to pretend that none of those things are happening. Thank you for still being here and for having me to present this evening. I am Megan Betts, CEO of Mother Hubbard's Cupboard, our local community food resource center. The hub works to increase access to healthy food in ways that cultivate dignity, agency, and community. We believe that access to healthy food is a basic human right and actively work to eliminate barriers by addressing both immediate needs and their root causes. The hub is requesting $14,250 in education and youth programming support, expanding the accessibility and inclusivity of our educational programming, which is available not only to those shopping our pantry, but to the community at large. This request stitches together many of the intersections between our programs, from supporting the nutritional needs of youth who engage in our programming to ensuring all community members can safely navigate and participate in all the hub has to offer. I want to highlight a few ways this request would support our work at the hub. We were fortunate this year to replace our deck and install new raised beds on it that were selected by one of our most passionate gardeners who needed beds that were approachable and comfortable to use from her wheelchair. We purchased new picnic tables with a range of seating options to support all bodies and levels of mobility. Now we seek support to refresh the gravel in our lot so that folks can safely navigate to these picnic tables, texturizer for our deck so it's safe to navigate in all weather conditions, and an expansion of our collection of accessible raised beds. Additional funds would tie these infrastructure improvements to our educational programming and be used to purchase supplies for our workshops and resource distribution efforts in the kitchen classroom, on-site community garden, and tool share, a lending library of kitchen and gardening equipment. While the hub has a long history of offering free, family-friendly, hands-on workshops in our kitchen and garden, we're transforming this educational content to be increasingly determined and led by our community members. Individuals from within the hub community are invited to share their expertise, from Chinese dumplings and Indian flatbreads to Puerto Rican tostones and Midwestern casseroles. Watching our community participate in a workshop led by their peer and begin recognizing their own expertise the skills that they could offer and share is a joy. To make this programming as open to all potential facilitators as possible, we offer a $100 stipend for each workshop and cover the cost of all supplies. Your support would allow us to grow these opportunities for our community educators. While our application shared statistics for 2023, I'm excited to share that in the first quarter of this year, we've offered a dozen educational workshops, 11 sessions of Kids Cook, and weekly garden work days that began in March. These programs have hosted 256 participants, putting us on track to serve more program participants than in 2023. We've distributed thousands of seed packets and are in the midst of distributing several thousand plants started on site. And of course, this all happened in addition to having a client choice pantry that hosted 21,104 duplicated shoppers in the first quarter of this year. Based on our CDBG forms completed this funding cycle, Bloomington residents make up 76% of shoppers, meaning of those, I messed up how I typed this. So Bloomington residents make up 76% of shoppers, meaning of those 21,000, just over 16,000 would have been Bloomington residents. Using completed CDBG forms as a reference and assuming each shopper visits the pantry weekly, that would mean our pantry serves over 1,300 unduplicated city residents each year. But as we know, all shoppers don't shop every week, and many decline to complete a CDBG form for a variety of reasons. So we believe this is a pretty significant underestimation. I also apologize, there was a copy-paste error in the application that had a much larger count of Bloomington residents. Not sure how that copy-paste error happened, but a really conservative estimate would be 1,300 unduplicated. If offered reduced funding, we would forego paid interns, pause updates and new equipments for our lending library, and delay purchases on the installation of additional raised beds in favor of maintaining programs at the level they're currently at. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions to the right? Questions to the left? There is a question. Go ahead.
That was a little slow. You mentioned that one of your active volunteers is in a wheelchair now, and so that's part of your consideration. And I'm just wondering about the ADA accessibility for gravel in the parking lot. So is that something that you guys have thought about in terms of the best surface type?
It is something that I have thought about a lot. So our actual parking lot to access the building is paved, but behind the sort of customer parking lot is additional staff parking that wraps around to additional perennial beds and an outdoor education space in our greenhouse. And the long-term plan is to overhaul that. It requires a lot of negotiating of how much impermeable surface we can have to make that happen. But we would like to have things fully ADA accessible, including an ADA accessible greenhouse. The short-term solution is better packing the gravel, doing a new drop of gravel, and helping folks navigate back to that space, which we do already, but you can tell when it needs to be refreshed for sure. Gets a lot less comfortable for Chris.
Questions to the left? None? Thank you so much for your time, Megan.
Thanks. Have a good rest of the night.
Woo! We will.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. All right. Bye.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, next we have my sister's closet. I see that Sandy's ready to go.
Hello there. Good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to present tonight. I appreciate it. My Sister's Closet, it provides training opportunities, tools and training for women who are coming into our organization so they can find sustainable employment and eventually move out of poverty. We have a pilot project we're calling Geppettas. It's a cobbler repair client training initiative, and we are requesting $25,000 for supplies and staff training as our pilot project to provide technical basic skills and entrepreneurial business management training to clients who've expressed the desire to become skilled craftswomen. And this would also allow them to have transferable skill sets to become entrepreneurs and to work in businesses who provide cobbler and cobbler related services. The current situation of a lot of the women that we serve is that they are facing several barriers to finding regular employment. They may want to work with their hands, but they don't want to work in a large industry or a large factory on a line. They want to be able to have hours that are flex hours that they can work around their children's schedules. They want to be able to have things that will allow them, if they don't have a regular education, if they have past felonies, they lack transportation, we want to be able to provide ways for them to be able to make a living that are different than what they have had before. This is an industry that normally has been run by men, and we would like to change that. And since women are the ones who are buying the majority of the shoes and the purses out there, we would believe that this would be a natural thing for them to be able to take over. And so this would, we feel that this would be a very big advantage for low-income households, because we would be providing people in our community who would be trained, who would become a resource to extend the life of their shoes and bags, allowing them to stretch their resources so that it would help them to have more money to pay for essentials like rent, utilities, food, car payments. And so obviously it would extend the budgets of these families that are already feeling stretched. We feel there are several long-term benefits to this project. We feel that it would provide a real solution to budget-minded low-income families who are looking for solutions to extend the life of their shoes and purses. We feel that this would be a valued service that would be relied on by the entire community. We no longer have a cobbler here in Bloomington. And we also feel that with all the shoes that are currently ending up in the landfills locally, this would be a good ecological, sustainable solution that would make a marked reduction in our collective carbon footprint. And it would allow us as an organization to be able to create another income stream of residual income that would fund our basic mission services. We are in a position where we are able to leverage other resources that we currently have with My Sister's Closet in terms of staff and an incredible volunteer team who are already processing our shoes and bags. They're very anxious to get started on this. And we feel that this would just be something that would round out a lot of our services and would be self-sustaining within My Sister's Closet for a number of reasons. But for clients who are coming in who have problems with their feet, they have orthotics, they have diabetes, they need special shoes, when we are trying to work with them, they often don't want to get rid of the shoes that they are already wearing. New shoes would hurt their feet. And this would allow us a way to actually fix the shoes for these clients who are depending on their feet to get them almost everywhere they go, especially for our homeless clients. You had asked us to talk about some things that we feel we would be able to do if we did not get full funding for this. If we will still start this project, but we probably would not be able to start it in 2024. We do need the seed money to be able to get started. And we need to be able to pay a staff member at least part-time to be able to harness these skill sets. And we definitely need supplies to be able to, and tools to be able to make this possible. We will be converting over a portion of our building that we currently have possession of to be able to make this happen. Our biggest concern is that we would be able to make this a safe environment. And one of the things that we need besides supplies and initial training dollars is we need to be able to have an air purifier that would be able to have a filtration system that would make the air safe for any
so
of the
much,
solvents
Sandy.
that we'd be using.
Thank you so very much. Questions to my left and questions to the right.
This is a new.
Will you speak into your microphone?
This is a new initiative, yes?
Yes, it is.
Is there any other collaboration with other organizations? I was concerned about the the space, but you said you have a building. Would that be reused for, was it used for something else and it's going to be reused, or is it a space that's already dedicated?
It is the space that we already occupy. And we already use it for a lot of reasons. We would be converting part of the space that we already have very easily into an area where we would be fixing leather items, cleaning them, and refurbishing them. We are not working with another organization, but we have been in discussions with Ivy Tech about combining our resources down the road and possibly them taking on a portion of this so that we can have several people come through both of our organizations to learn these types of skill sets and go out into the various communities where they might go to be able to take advantage of them.
Has there been any kind of evaluation professionally in terms of space and the possibility of this being something that is doable if you were to receive this funding?
We absolutely have the space. There's no question at all. And so it would be very possible for us to be able to do this right now where we're at.
Was there any kind of professional assessments?
No, there is not. But we can't imagine that it would be a problem. Our space used to be the site of Soul Sensations, which used to be a podiatry office that also sold shoes, and they fixed shoes on site. So our site already has ductwork in place for the service that was done once before.
So the specific things that was mentioned, such as the air quality expenses and purifying and duct inspection and all of that, there was no professional assessments that went along with those?
The people at Commercial Service are going to be coming in and evaluating the space more specifically, but they don't feel that there would be a problem with what they already know about the building. They are already the people who take care of our HVAC.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hopi?
I guess I'm kind of thinking about like the marketability of cobblers as a thing, because it sort of feels like people don't repair shoes very much anymore. And so the question I guess I have is, are most shoes repairable or not? And I'm thinking, you're talking about just leather shoes. So in terms of like your inventory and the donations and things that you get, are most of the shoes that say are donated to you, like, could they be repaired in this manner or not? Do you know what I mean?
You know what, that actually is not something that could be done just easily. Shoes are very, very different. Bags are very different. Some of them are made out of vinyl. Some of them are made out of leather-like materials. But there are so many, hundreds and hundreds of pieces that are coming to us on a yearly basis that are leather that absolutely can be repaired. And in talking to the cobblers around the country that we have already interviewed, they are extremely busy. They cannot keep up with their work. And our local cobbler here in town was very busy. They were always very busy. So the problem is not so much that people don't want to take their shoes to a cobbler. The fact is that these people are disappearing from our communities all over the United States. It's a trade and an art form that is usually passed down in families.
Thank you so much for your time, Sandy.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, moving on. Next, we have New Hope for Families. And I think I saw Chase pop up earlier. There you are. Hello.
Hello, Isak. Thanks for keeping the energy up, going. This is great. My name's Chase. I'm the Operations Director at New Hope for Families. Thanks so much to the council and the committee for inviting this proposal and for supporting New Hope with all kinds of common sense practical needs in the past, like bunk beds for our shelter and much, much more. It's also a really encouraging evening here from all these dedicated, compassionate charities, all meeting needs in our city, so thanks to everybody. As some of you will know, New Hope for Families has two major programs. One's our emergency family shelter. Families with children enter the shelter if they were about to sleep outside or in a vehicle. Families don't exit shelter until they sign a lease in their name that they can afford. More than 8 in 10 do. They do it on average in 3 months. This thanks in large part to our early learning program, which enables families to get childcare, and then they're free to get jobs that they need to move out.
The speakers, we're not picking you up too well. Could you speak just a little bit louder?
Sure.
And we'll give you the time. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
All right. So we have a family shelter supported by our early learning program that enables families to get the childcare they need, to get jobs, and move out of the shelter. Fully half of the spots in the Early Learning Center are reserved for families who are in shelter or who have been affected by homelessness, and the other half come off a wait list with a whole mix of incomes from families using vouchers to subsidize care and people who can afford it at full cost. It's a program where we're proud to offer our best to children who need it the most. Tonight, I want to focus on a really critical element of our child care program, something the staff really sweat a lot for, but children and families can thankfully take for granted, and that's our food program. New Hope provides meals and snacks for free to all of our enrolled children, and that's something of a distinctive among child care programs who often have to ask families to pack a lunch or pay for school lunch. With our population, providing free, healthy food is a flat necessity and a huge relief for budgets that are stretched thin while families are in the emergency of homelessness, all the strange fees and things that come up when you're in a big transition like that. But our program isn't just about giving nourishing meals to children so they can engage with school, though it is that. It also ensures equity. All kids get the same options, and our chef works hard to give choices that kids can get excited about. So if you see her going down with the cart to serve meals, or even before when she's still prepping, she'll go down to the doors and she'll take orders from the kids, and they'll clamor around. She'll be like, "Oh, do you want toast or waffles this morning?" Sometimes you can get sprinkles on your waffles. Very exciting. So the kids get really excited about the food that they're going to be offered because they get to choose what they're going to get. In addition, when kids get this kind of choice and equity, it helps them try more foods more often. So there's no pressure to eat. They get to choose what they want. She also gets a garden plot every year so kids can plant food and bring tomatoes back and see the food that picky eaters don't generally like, or vegetables, or things that are not as easy to eat as a sprinkly waffle. And it makes the kids, or helps the kids, engage with more kinds of food, helps them be more adventurous eaters, sets them up for a lifetime of healthier choices. So the food program, really, really strong, really proud of it. But this year we need bridge funds to stabilize our food program against inflation, against the rise in food expenses that some of the other agencies have already talked about. We budgeted for right about $1 per meal, a little bit less, planning to supplement with food bank food, volunteer prep, cooks, and other clever ways to save. But inflation in food prices really surprised us. We strive to make food from whole ingredients and offer the same meal at scale to a big group of kids. So our volunteer prep cooks and some of the things we were thinking tactically could help us keep costs low weren't really a match for the rise in inflated food costs. And some of our peer early learning programs report paying 3 times as much for their meals per meal in their programs. They're also struggling to keep up with the rise of food costs. So these granted funds would bridge us over this unexpected gap, would serve all of our early learning center meals for 6 months. Let's see, a couple things y'all had asked about. We're active members in the Heading Home committees and participate in the pick count because we're also a shelter program, so we're tied into those things. It's unclear whether the referendum will have a big effect on our school or in what way it will affect our school, but it would not affect the next 6 months of our need to feed children. And let's see, we also have many strong partnerships. One with Nurse Family Partnership. We help those first-time low-income moms connect with childcare anywhere. It doesn't have to be ours. Help them get the voucher to pay for childcare, make it based on their income. And we have many really meaningful partnerships that we just couldn't do without across our city. I'm open to other questions.
Thank you so much, Chase. Questions to the right. Hopi.
Hi, thank you for being here. I'm just looking at the balance statement that you submitted with your application that only went through June of last year, but it looks like through that year of statement you had a pretty significant revenue surplus. So I'm just wondering if you could talk about that a little bit? Is that earmarked? Is that, am I reading the sheet right? Is there something that happened in the last 6 months that changed that significantly?
Yeah, a lot of the funds are that have come in the last 2 years are related to our new building and are from other grants or gifts that are dedicated to staffing in the Early Learning Center and in the shelter program. So many of those big revenues are really important to us, and a big part of us scaling up we moved into a new facility. We moved from 16 children enrolled to 48 children enrolled, from 7 families in shelter to 12. So there are a lot of exciting places where we're growing, but yes, they are. Not everything is a part of our flexible general fund.
Questions to the left? None. All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everyone.
thank you, thank you. All right, moving along. We're making record pace here, people. Good job. Okay, so moving along, we have New Leaf, New Life. And just for those in the room, the reason why one of our committee members is stepping out is because of a conflict of interest with the organization. So just to make sure that, but they may not be here. Are they here? Is New Leaf, New Life online?
To unmute and turn on your camera. And I'm not seeing any takers. I'll see if we can't sort this out. I'm not sure if you want to skip.
Yeah, I mean, we can. We'll call for them again here. I mean, I'll call for them here in a couple of presentations, and then again at the end. So next we have Planned Parenthood. And I don't know if somebody wants to go get Nordia.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephen Conrad, and I'm presenting on behalf of Planned Parenthood. Our Bloomington Health Center is at 2nd and College, and we are a safety net, family planning, and sexual health care provider. I think most people already know we offer the full spectrum of birth control and family planning options, pregnancy testing and evaluations, and HIV, STI services. And we also offer a ton of other health services like breast and cervical cancer screening, gender-affirming hormone care, and general wellness exams where we check things like blood pressure, temperature, screen for things like depression, substance use disorder, and intimate partner violence. The only recent change in our services is that as of last August, we no longer offer abortion care at our Bloomington Health Center or anywhere in Indiana. As a safety net provider, we do not cap the number of uninsured or Medicaid patients we serve, and our health center is many patients' primary point of access to basic health services. We are respectfully requesting a grant of $7,500 to help subsidize the cost of care for patients who are uninsured and or living at or below 150% of the federal poverty level. And the need is pretty high. We serve about 2,700 patients a year. And in the last 12 months, more than half were uninsured or on Medicaid, and about 65% reported an annual income at or below 150% of the federal poverty level. We are super grateful for previous years of support from Jack Hopkins. In the past, we've requested grant support specifically for contraceptive supplies and services. This year, we are requesting grant support for any care a patient may be struggling to afford. We've seen over the years that many patients who receive contraception, thanks to Jack Hopkins funding, also need services like STI testing or a Pap test. So a grant that can be used to subsidize all of our health services will help us provide more comprehensive care without running into complicated billing and coding challenges. The specific services we itemized on our application are contraception again, HIV, STI care, cancer screenings, gender-affirming hormones, and pregnancy tests. For us, all of these services are vital and they're equally critical. So if awarded partial funding, we wouldn't eliminate one or any of these service lines. Rather, we just proceed with the same offerings, but with less funding available for patients in need. When it comes to a plan to secure future funding, our reality is that our ability to provide low to no cost care and really our ability just to stay open altogether will always depend on lots of grants and donations. We receive 0 state funding. For example, the legislature bans us from participating in the state breast and cervical cancer program, even though we serve a high number of that program's target population. Federal funding is also sparse and inconsistent and really just comes and goes based on who's president. Currently, we have a little bit of federal Title X funding in Indiana, but it's restricted to Hammond and Lafayette, so it doesn't help Bloomington patients at all, which is why Jack Hopkins funding is so important because it is our largest source of patient financial assistance in Bloomington. Planned Parenthood will always provide as many discounted services as we can while maintaining a net income neutral operation. However, we ended last year in the red. And when we have operating losses and if we don't have grants to cover patient fees, we do have to bill patients for their care, even if they can't afford the bill. Without Jack Hopkins funding, we'll still offer the same health services and we'll always provide care no matter what, but some patients may decide to delay or forego care if they're going to be billed. So, for example, the cost of a preventive cancer screening may not be worth the payment plan, or some patients may change to a less effective method of birth control if they have to pay out of pocket. And some patients sign up for a payment plan but can't make any payments, which is financially just unsustainable for us. So donations and grants like Jack Hopkins really make it possible for us to stay open and provide care to all patients when they need it, no matter their ability to pay. We also utilize Jack Hopkins funding to leverage additional grants and donations throughout the year. Over the past 12 months, philanthropic support has covered over $79,000 worth of patient services, which is almost 1/10 of our operating revenue in Bloomington. During this challenging time for us and for sexual and reproductive health in Indiana, we are very determined to keep our Bloomington Health Center open and to continue providing low to no cost care for patients in need. So thank you again for considering our request.
Thank you so much for your time and presentation. To the left, any questions? To the right, any questions? No questions. Going once, going twice. Okay, no one has any questions. Thank you for the thorough presentation, Stephen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Refugee Support Network.
Good evening. I'm Pete Lindsay with the Refugee Support Network. For the last 7 years, our small, all-volunteer 501c3 continues to support asylum seekers, refugees, and other displaced newcomers in our community. Some arrive as sponsored refugees, but many others arrive and apply for asylum following our immigration laws. But all have fled to escape political conflict, wars, ethnic and religious persecution in their home country. Working with our wonderful local community partners, we help our clients quickly become self-sufficient and contributing in our community. Last year, we supported 40 new client families, blessed especially to be able to help multiple families from Syria, Afghanistan, Kurdistan, Sudan, Venezuela, Honduras, and several others. Many are single mothers or fathers with young children. Some only need logistic support, where to go, who to see, coordinate used furniture, or getting their kids enrolled in school. Others need more basic support. Client families are often traumatized from violence in their home countries or during their journey. Our 15 special friend volunteers meet with the clients, share a cup of tea, build trust, learn about their family situation, work status, ability to meet basic needs of food, clothing. Are the kids in school? What concerns do they have in their adjustment to life in Bloomington? We help celebrate their kids and their successes in their new life here. The federal immigration system is backlogged and asylum applicants have to wait many months to get their work permit and Social Security cards. But our clients still need to support their families during this difficult waiting time. RSN helps with partial payments of rent, utilities, food, clothing, medical treatments. Volunteers help provide transportation to local resource and healthcare agencies, as well as immigration meetings in other cities. While our financial assistance is so important to these newly arrived families, our friendship, mentoring, and support is very impactful to helping these new community members become confident and succeed. Our clients often need help interacting with the local utility the school systems, getting low-cost internet, learning the bus system, getting a driver's license. As an example, in the past several years, I've personally taken 3 women to Midway House, 2 of them after hours, 1 of them with a little girl. One particularly challenging area is helping clients navigate our healthcare system. We work closely with HealthNet and other local providers to ensure clients address long-delayed issues and get needed medical and dental care, eye exams, trauma counseling. When large bills come up, such as emergency room visits or urgently needed surgery, we work with clients to apply for financial assistance. Twice last year, our clients needed urgent life-saving surgery for medical issues they were unable to address in their home country or during their journey. Several families have very challenging dental issues, and we take them to the IU Dental School in Indianapolis. We have seen after getting their lives restarted, many of our immigrant families want to give back to the community, volunteering in schools, providing food for community events, helping with new arrivals. Kindness is a guiding principle for many of us. Ahmet Ray quotes, "Compassion is contagious. Every moment we choose compassion, we move toward a better world." However, our program is so much more than charity. We strongly believe that our efforts are truly an investment in our community. We are helping families who were productive in their home countries now restart their lives with their children, acquire the new language and job skills, and thrive. There are so many successful immigrant stories in our wonderful city. We hope you will join us as a partner in this heart-opening work. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for that presentation. To the left, any questions? Thank you. To the right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Next, we have the South Central Community Action Program, and again, one of our committee members is going to step out just to avoid any conflicts of interest. Thank you so much. I don't know if him leaving avoids conflict of interest per se, but in the context of the presentation.
All right, good evening. My name is Katie Hopkins, and I'm the Thriving Connections Coordinator at the South Central Community Action Program. There are a lot of things that are unique and special about TC, as we call it, as we go beyond traditional assistance by fostering a community of support and empowerment for the individuals and families with us who are striving towards stability. We operate through a psychosocial model incorporating individual coaching, family development, community building, and civic engagement. And because we are able to serve our families for as long as they are participating and until they reach stability, we get to see lasting and sustainable impacts as our participants engage in all of those areas. For many years, it's been enough for us to provide a safe harbor for our youth with educational programming provided by our partners at IU. But post-COVID has felt different. Our community identified a heightened and urgent need for more mental health support and discussed our options of a TC approach. While we have always known that our youth in poverty experience higher rates of adverse childhood experiences, our youth, some of whom we've known for up to 7 years, are experiencing them in ways that are different and are sending them into fight or flight more often, and with behaviors that are costing them relationships at school and at after-school programs. This is why we believe that a TC approach, which is comprehensive and holistic and tailored to the individual, is needed. But TC is one of our core values is to have our participants advocate for themselves, which is why I have brought an advocate with me.
My name is Amara, and I am a former TC youth turned TC captain. My mother was in this program, and now I'm privileged to not only use valuable skills that would be useful to my future, but to implement what I learned while facing generational poverty. As I enter adulthood, I am now surrounded by amazing people in TC who have watched me grow up and are cheering me on every step of the way. I've built and strengthened my connections to this program. They have been involved in my life as a community and a resource. When I was a child, I faced trauma, and being able to access mental health services at such a young age has been a lifesaver. I've accessed counseling since I was 13, though a lot of our youth are a lot younger, and since then, I have not only changed my own life, but the lives of my loved ones through advice and involvement directly stemming from my own healing. I hope that with this grant, we can not only break generational curses, but plant new and healing generational seeds.
Seeds is an opportune word because Amara was also involved in our community garden project, which was directly after post-COVID, and we established a healing garden for us, and Amara designed the t-shirt that I am wearing today. She is a lovely young artist, and we are so lucky to have her continue into adulthood with us. As I said, Amara is a member of the Youth Advisory Group, one of 5 advisory groups that drives all of the programming and activities that we do in Thriving Connection. Those advisory groups are comprised of other participants, volunteers, and our community partners. We have the questions that you had asked. We do have 30 youth that can fluctuate up or down just a little bit. We had 2 that left TC in the past month just because the family opted out, but then we also found out last week that one of our families has made it through the immigration process, and we will have 2 new teenagers joining us very soon. We also have, we expect this to impact their families, so up to 45 people. With partial funding, while any funding is obviously very appreciated, less funding would just impact the scope of our project. With any projects that we take on, we try to have those levels of impact where we are giving individuals and families the priority, but also making sure that we are sharing the lessons that we learn with our community and providing training for our staff and for SCAP as an agency. Yeah, I think we are really excited to kind of embark on this with our youth advisory group. Partial funding would be great, but also, yeah, we really would like to have the full impact that we could. If you have any questions, we are happy to take them.
Questions to the left? Questions to the right?
You all look so tired.
I mean, how you all must feel. I mean,
Oh.
we're so grateful that you've taken so much time out of your evening to be here with us, and for all of you, all of the work that you're doing. Trying to say that every time, but it's
Thank you so much.
amazing.
No,
Thank
you're
you.
hiding it well, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. We have, who do we have? Is New Life, have they shown up just by chance?
Not that I've seen. I'll
Okay.
go ahead and ask if anyone has joined the Zoom meeting who's here representing New Leaf, New Life. You should be able to enable your own camera and microphone. And if you're having any technical difficulties, maybe send a chat to the meeting host.
Okay. In which case, we'll move on. Stone Belt with their collaborative.
Hello.
Hello.
I am Brianne Sinyard. I'm the director of our Community Employment Services program at Stone Belt. I'm excited to present this proposal for grant funding to support Jobapalooza 2024. Scheduled for October 16th in celebration of National Disability Employment Awareness Month, Jobapalooza will be a collaborative effort between Stone Belt ARC and Down Syndrome Family Connection. With your generous support, we aim to empower individuals with disabilities to explore various career paths and gain valuable hands-on experience. Jobapalooza is not a traditional job fair. It is a unique opportunity for individuals with disabilities to engage in tactile, hands-on activities that simulate realistic job tasks. Hosted at the Monroe County Convention Center, the event will feature tasks and skill assessments provided by local businesses in the Bloomington area. Employers are invited to bring tasks representative of their operations, allowing participants to explore potential career interests firsthand. Our objective with this event is to empower individuals with disabilities to explore employment opportunities through experiential learning and foster meaningful connections between participants and local businesses. Registration is open to people of our community, including clients of service providers like Stonebelt, students of MCCSC and surrounding county schools, and any other individuals with a disability interested in seeking employment or learning about career opportunities. In addition to the hands-on tasks, we will also offer mock interview practice for anyone interested in developing interview skills. We will use the allocated funds for the cost of the venue, materials for tasks and assessments, marketing and promotional materials for the event, participation incentives, and employer engagement. We also intend to use these funds to cover transportation expenses for students, our clients, and community members to ensure accessibility to the event. By supporting Jobapalooza, you will directly contribute to creating a more inclusive and diverse workforce. Your investment will enable individuals with disabilities to explore their potential, gain confidence, and connect with businesses that value their talents and abilities. We thank you for considering our proposal for the Jack Hopkins Social Services Fund and honoring our goal to build a more inclusive community where everyone has the opportunity to thrive in the workforce. To answer your questions, we appreciate any amount that you are willing to contribute to our event. The essential program elements, of course, are the space and resources needed for our clients to participate and the resources needed to engage the employers. We would prioritize those and resolve the rest. And to answer your question about results, this event has been a resource for individuals with disabilities in our community since 2019. I participated in the very first Jobapalooza event as a manager seeking employees, and now it's become my passion as an advocate for people with disabilities to educate the businesses of Bloomington of all the benefits of inclusion. Our goal of Jobapalooza is to connect employers and job seekers. We want to help build a robust labor market, and we want the participants to leave excited about working. 70 people attended the first event in 2019. During the pandemic, we held the 2020 and 2021 event virtually, and we were able to tap into the school system and reach many of the high school special education classrooms. In 2022 and 2023, approximately 170 people, including students, participated in Jobapalooza. The number of businesses that participate has also increased each year. Because of connections and things learned at this event, Stonebelt's Employment Services team has helped 41 people obtain integrated and competitive paying jobs in the last year. Any questions?
Thank you so much. To the right, any questions?
Question, is there a central place for, that is requesting all of these? It mentions a ramp. Is there a central location that these things are going to be kept in terms for use? How is these things stored?
We have a facility, our Stonebelt location, so those things are stored. Any materials or things that are purchased with these funds are used in our employment services program to help and develop and grow our processes for our job seekers.
Thank you.
Questions to the left? Okay. All happy all around? Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you.
Okay. Guys, we're almost there. Okay, we have the Special Olympics, Indiana, Monroe County.
That's us. Okay, if you guys want to stand up and move around to get your blood flowing, because I'm used to talking to people who are moving around and look like they're not paying attention, okay? With that being said, good evening. I'm Janet Sutherland, and I am coordinator in training for Monroe County Special Olympics. Denise Brown is getting ready to retire from that position that she's held for so long. We started out as a track and field organization, and now we have 11 sports. We have 188 athletes, 89 volunteers, and we are solely volunteer sponsored. Our funds come from Dine and Donates, so if you ever see a Dine and Donate for Special Olympics, please give that business your attention and mention Special Olympics. We also do fundraising through IU concessions. IU Volunteer Network comes and volunteers with us a lot with our athletes. Special Olympics is a sports organization that uses the power of sports as a catalyst for social change, working to end discrimination and empower people with intellectual disabilities to reach their full potential on and off the playing field. It also encourages mental and physical fitness for our athletes. We, like I said, are volunteer-led. We also have an athlete leadership council that is athlete-led. So we're trying to teach those skills. It becomes a social organization for them. A lot of our athletes have jobs in the community. We act as rides for those. We provide counseling for those, so there's a lot of things that go into that. You may see some of our guys at Kroger. You may see some at Menards. Help me out, where else? Upland Brewery, Best Buy. We have athletes throughout the community. They not only provide that social network, but also the responsibility. We're teaching them other things besides sports. That's what Special Olympics basically is. You ask if we're asking for sports equipment. I don't know if you were ever the last one chosen in PE class and you got that last ball that looked kind of nasty. Our equipment gets used a lot, and like I said, since we're all volunteer, that equipment has to come from somebody's pocket. So we need to replace some of that. We could go on, but we want our athletes to feel like they're worthy also. We do have a storage unit, a secure storage unit that was the other question, that all of our supplies are kept in. So, any other questions? One other thing, we do have a Facebook page. Get on there and see the joy and happiness and volunteer for Special Olympics. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. We just have two more, y'all. Tandem.
Okay. It's an honor to be among all of these nonprofits. And I'm a little tired, but I'm going to do my best. So my name is Julie Duhan. I'm the executive director at Tandem. I'm also one of the co-founders. I last came to Jack Hopkins in 2021, and you gave us $40,000 in funding. I'm going to say that wrong, $30,000 in funding. And that was our first grant. We came to you with exactly nothing, and we're able to leverage that funds. Now we've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of the last couple of years. We have built a facility. I have 13 people on staff. That's 5 postpartum doulas, a perinatal educator, a perinatal social worker, a certified nurse midwife, a biller coder, an office manager, our access collaboration and equity director, our clinical services director, and then myself as executive director. I spent the first 4 years at Tandem working without any salary to help build this organization. I'm now in a place where I have to take some salary for my own family. But I won't pay myself more than any of my staff earn. So the lowest salary we pay anybody on staff is $20 an hour, and so that's what I take for myself. When I ask people if they know what Tandem does, I often get, oh, of course, you're the birth center. And ironically, that is the one thing we are not yet. I know it's in our name, but we knew when we started that opening the birth center was going to be by far the most challenging aspect of our work, both from a regulatory perspective, from a logistics perspective. In so many ways, it's the hardest thing. We had to lead with it in many ways because we founded in February 2020, and then in March of 2020, the world exploded and our whole business plan had to shift. And so we had to try to lead with that because the other components of our plan didn't seem like they'd work. Well, pandemic has passed, and now we're really offering an enormous number of services that we always wanted to
offer, in fact, lead with, while we're rolling out all of those other services. And we have our clinic that you initially funded in 2021 live and seeing clients. We are actually going to have some births this summer. They will likely be home births until the birth center opens, but if the timing's right, they may land in the birth center. We don't know. Everything is close on that end. So I want to give you a snapshot of what Tandem is doing right now, not the birth center most people assume that we're doing. So I pulled data from the last 2 weeks. So this is exactly 2 weeks of drop-in data. We had 60 people drop in. That's either an individual or they dropped in and signed in on behalf of a family. More than half brought children in with them. Others were pregnant or dropping in while their kids were in some other form of care, or picking up supplies because they were a grandparent or someone else who watches kids, or coming on behalf of a client. So we had folks from Nurse Family Partnership drop in, from El Centro Comunal Latino drop in, from Exodus drop in to gather supplies. What are these people doing when they drop into Tandem? This is not the people who've registered for groups such as our mental health and pregnancy postpartum group. This is not people coming in for our medical services. This is just people appearing and saying, I'm here to access your resources. So they came for our free room to drop off donations, to attend drop-in groups such as baby movement, tummy time, parenting groups, to access a variety of postpartum support and resources, prenatal support and resources, lactation support and resources, baby wearing support and resources, to just come and use our play space for their kids, to just come and sit in their the community space and say, I did it. I have a tiny baby. I got out of the house and I am sitting with another adult human being having an adult conversation, and we're serving them tea. They come for our lending library, for our period products, to be connected to other resources in the community. Most of the folks who came in were from Monroe County, but we also had clients drive in from Owen County, Lawrence, Morgan, Brown, Greene, Jackson, Orange, and beyond. Almost 20% of our clients self-identify as being part of the BIPOC community. Almost 20%, and this is just from the last 2 weeks, so this is a snapshot of the last 2 weeks. Almost 20% of those dropping in identify as being part of, as being LGBTQIA+ families. We see a wide range of income levels, but the majority are low to moderate income families. And you had specific questions for me about why we asked for partial funding instead of fully funding one thing. And that is because grants are fickle things. So often with grants, I can get a portion of a salary funded, or a grant might cover some rent or some utilities depending on what it's for, and this just gives me a little more flexibility.
Excellent. With time to spare, to the right, questions. Seconds. To the left. Well, no one has any questions, Julie. Thank you for your very thorough presentation, and thank you for rounding us out. Here we go. Very last presentation of the night. Wishing that they had named themselves A Wheeler's Mission.
So true. So true. And boy, it's been a wonderful evening, though. As I was sharing with others earlier, this has been wonderful just to watch so many organizations come up and present the wonderful works that's taking place in our community. Everyone I wanted to applaud for. But anyway, starting out here, I'm Dana Jones. I'm Director of Community Engagement Services at Wheeler Mission Bloomington. I want to thank you all for allowing us the opportunity to present our needs here this evening. In 2015, Wheeler Mission brought a low-barrier approach to sheltering and collaborated with, at that time, what was known as the Interfaith Winter Shelter to assume winter sheltering in the Monroe County area from November 1st to March 31st each year. This provided consistent safe shelter and case management services to care for our at-risk population that was experiencing homelessness. Wheeler Mission Bloomington was established just in time during that year because after that, we were able to address with our low-barrier sheltering approach and assuming a winter contingency in our area. We also was able to address the opioid epidemic, which destabilized families and created a whole new generation of people needing sheltering services. Additionally, in collaboration with the City of Bloomington, Monroe County Health, the Health Department and the Bloomington Health Foundation, United Way, Community Foundation, IU Health, HealthNet, and others, we successfully provided a safe place for our at-risk population to weather a national pandemic. As the area's largest shelter provider, each day we provide our friends and neighbors experiencing homelessness low-barrier shelter at our 80-bed emergency sheltering services facility, which can, during inclement weather, overflow to hold 104 men. Last year, we sheltered 716 men, averaging 86 men nightly. Also, in order that our guests do not have to find places to go during the day, our day room is open 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., providing clothing, showers, toiletries, computer, printer, and Wi-Fi access, television viewing, and access to case management. Our cafeteria, which is open to the public daily, provides 3 meals a day, 365 days a year, and serves around 200 to 300 meals per day, averaging 70 to 80,000 meals a year. Case management is a centerpiece of what we do. Case managers work hard to help our guests overcome barriers and create access to health care, substance treatment, employment, housing, and more. However, the issues surrounding the plight of our unhoused neighbors are too great for any one agency alone. Thus, our case management team works closely with many service providers such as Centerstone Stride Center, their mobile crisis team, Centerstone's PATH program, the outreach teams, HealthNet, the BPD's DRO officers, Meadows Hospital, Beacon, Bloomington Housing Authority, IU Community Health, IU Health, multiple treatment centers, and many others. We are grateful for these collaborations, which have proven to be such a benefit to many of those we serve, such as that with HealthNet, who provides on-site clinics 3 days a week for healthcare and mental health care needs. In our efforts to assist in making the experience of homelessness brief, our team enters guests into the coordinated entry system through the HMI system to be evaluated for placement into permanent supportive housing units. Wheeler also hosted the first coordinated entry blitz in our area earlier this year, where multiple organizations such as HealthNet, SCAP, Beacon, and others participated in ensuring guests were entered into the coordinated entry system. Additionally, Wheeler case managers participate in coordinated entry meetings, veterans case conferencing, street outreach, South Central housing meetings, and conduct on-site annual PIT, and will be participating in needed data collection to support our community's efforts to manage the plight of the unhoused. Wheeler Mission is a long-lived and venerated not-for-profit and has, through great stewardship, acquired significant assets. However, those consist of our facilities and non-liquid assets, all being utilized to assist thousands of people experiencing homelessness each year. However, funding at Wheeler Mission Bloomington is entirely dependent upon the donations of our community. All donations from this area since our establishment in 2015 are designated to fund our shelter operations here in the Bloomington community. Unfortunately, due to the demands of those in need in the Bloomington area, our operations cost has exceeded our local revenue, requiring our local sheltering services to be subsidized by Wheeler Mission Indianapolis, impacting our services there. Thus, tonight, we are coming to the Jack Hopkins Committee asking assistance in providing more accommodating outdoor space for our guests by ensuring they have safe, inviting, and comfortable outdoor seating. This would treat our guests with dignity and respect by keeping our guests from seeking to lie or sit on the ground in various outdoor conditions. It is our hope that the Jack Hopkins Committee will agree to help us serve this at-risk group by providing these much-needed items. If only partial funding is awarded, we would need to look for other avenues to raise funds to finish the project. We want to thank you again for taking the time and consideration for our matter. Any questions?
Thank you so much for rounding us out tonight. I have one question myself. Of all of the many groups that you mentioned that you're working with, you didn't mention the Heading Home Plan specifically. Is Wheeler Mission collaborating with, because obviously the city has given lots of money in support of the Heading Home Plan. Your thoughts on that and sort of Wheeler Mission's
So I meet
position?
with Mary Morgan monthly. Her and I meet. We also coordinate with that. I sat on one of the on the data and dashboard committee on the establishment of Heading Home. So yeah, we've been with that since the start.
Wonderful. Thank you. Questions to the right? Go ahead, Gopi.
Have you been participating in the point-in-time counts in the past, and do you expect to do so in the future in all point-in-time counts that get organized through Heading Home and Bloomington's effort to really get a handle on the unhoused
Yeah.
situation?
We have always participated in point-in-time counts. Since Wheeler came to Bloomington in 2015, each year we've participated in the annual point-in-time counts and conducted those. Our case managers actually conducted those at our site and submitted them via paper for years, via paper to Beacon to submit into the coordinated entry system. But our case managers now are certified for coordinated entry.
More questions to the right? Questions to the left? With that, we can officially conclude a round of amazing presentations from genuinely those of you who make our community what it is. For everybody who's either watching now or watching in the future, we just want to thank you all for your dedication to this community, for your hard work. And we appreciate the fact that, all of you, these are hard decisions that we have to make, and we hope to use this evidence also in the long term to continue to find more ways to partner with you, indeed to fund you, and to support the work that you're doing. Thank you for everything. Thank you all of my committee members, co-committee members, for spending the time here with us tonight. This service, I hope that it's rewarded to you abundantly with great sleep this evening. With that, I would like to adjourn the meeting. Unless I miss anything, BS adjourned.